was his set. But I understood from that point that the truth is really the commodity, and the fact that all individuals are all separate and all on own islands, but not in real life. In real life, there's only 5 or 6 different types of people, and you will see them everywhere that you go. And all my enemies all look the same in the eyes, whether it's Faison, Wanda, Aries, Sphere. That's why she got canceled. People don't take it kindly that you would, as a derogatory, call me a, and people don't feel like it's derogatory. So why are you trying to shame me or something? I don't want you to belong in. Okay, people say I belong over there. I have no hatred of over there, and how dare you? Hey, you either believe in karma or you don't. Because I didn't even know any of the stuff that she had done to my fellow comedians until afterwards. I just know that it was a setup. Real good. And my real face on my real camera. Understand? I'm losing my life. Participating in something that is all my time. And it was okay. Because it was me. I didn't have to take anyone else crazy. Will smack Chris. This little person pulling a whole gun on a comedian in the confines of their job. So it's really a weird situation. But they hate you that way. Yeah. The issue is that all comedians have to come do these radio stations. You have to sell your tickets, so that means you have to go to the radio stations. I don't go to the radio station. I don't rate those facilities. I'm saying, sir, you want to go ahead and take that out? You don't want to be against equality, do you? No. What you just said was very unequal. I think maybe you've had enough of this. Because I think I just heard you say women are not equal and should be treated unequally. As a comedian, of their weight class. If you're a 130 pounder, you don't just show up with the 160. If you do a terrorist accidentally touch over here, and I won't stop running you down until there ain't nothing left. It'll never let me roll on top of rubble, and I'll still be up. Why? Because that's why you should mind your business. This is what I've been finding out is about. It's fine, I got it. And then you notice that when it's that the thing about that as a comedian, the audience's opinion, right? None of that. And so I don't think any comedian has ever been wrong unnecessarily. Oh, yeah, I'm saying, what do they say when they actually say it all in the interview? They say, "Hey, you know, they said, no, it's good." And he's still like, "Yeah, okay." I mean, you know, that's supposed to be. Most comedians don't get more than that. That's how you know what Michael likes. And that's how you have to get that. This guy is trying to be hard and that's the life of his life. Remember, he was wearing underneath the sheets. And I told him he needs to dress to be in the position that he's trying to say that he's in. And if you're an African king of comedy, so there's actually comedians in Africa doing comedy. And you won't understand that if you don't know that African was so and these guys, they take my advice. They change their whole persona. And generally, I'm just too big to comment or make a statement about it or do a live or anything like that. But when it gets to be, oh, bringing these guys, I'm like, oh, shit. This is the other side of the Franklin brain. This is the real 2024. Eventually, the Lord is going to let me be alone. Everybody knows for over 25 years, and I never made people say, when I go into buildings, you walk out, you never say nothing the same. Being there for 25 years. Like, it's like that. Why? Because I'm already in a product. It's not what you think. I am never under the influence of anything. I'm always in my right mind. I'm always a physical specimen. And when you see me, I'm much, much bigger than you would thought. I have been all unexplained things with life. And nevertheless, I'm out there. To this day, I play 11 games of basketball with a 20-year-old. The man is not 2 and 6. Just give me your just right. Just I'm not telling you. Don't worry, push-ups. I all I did was just push-ups and sit-ups all out. Like, push-ups a day. Just. I thought you were going to say a lot. what they're saying is correct. Why wasn't he the next? To me, that's those other guys that make you pay them. When they allow you to just make an interception and then nobody talk about it. That's a football player. Just grab it. Can you make an interception? got now is at Staten Island. Chris Tucker, not a smoky. He's the greatest. To be confident and not delusional. That's a real skill. We all agree to that. And there's no next Friday without Friday, and there's no Friday after next without that. Here's the thing. Chris was allowed to make the decision at the time that this is happening. And Cat Williams is known for smoking weed. Willie Nelson is known for smoking weed. Snoop's known for smoking weed, but none of us is really known for smoking. And Chris Tucker didn't want to be the poster child for smoking weed. He don't smoke weed like that. Right. He in the church. Michael Jackson's best friend. Michael Jackson called him Chris. Comic View was everything. Comic View was really the break. Not Friday after next, just because Comic View was just the 3,000 of these stand-up years. And we just that's the whole up there. And we see who we are. It's like, and it's been pretty less time. The same is true for them too, because that would be like me being on Joe Rogan. Joe don't want me on there. I need to be on Shannon. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny. He want to push out. But that's really how it is. I'm so sorry I'm competitive. You're an athlete, right?
Yeah, I can tell.
You understand.
Will there ever be another Comedy View, Def Comedy Jam? Could that be today, 24, 25, 26? Could we see that again?
They've already announced it. It's already going. You didn't know? Yeah, Kevin Hart purchased it, so he's now doing Comedy View. That happened at the same time that they gave DC Young Fly Hollywood Squares. Yeah, because they tell you that there's no gatekeepers, but we keep seeing the same people open the gate. Didn't Kevin open the gate and let Tiffany in? And he now opening it up for... Don't such and such open the gate, but what do you mean ain't no gatekeepers? There's 100 gates out here. Everyone I've seen got a keeper.
Would you have wanted to do Comedy View or Def Comedy Jam? Would you have wanted to be?
I think we just mentioned I didn't vote.
No, I'm saying he purchased the rights and refranchise it.
Nope. They didn't offer it to me anyway. Like, Comedy View did a couple of disservices to comedy as well. So there were people like me that were out there getting 2 and 3 standing ovations in one set. And that wasn't good for television. So what they did was they started making everybody get a standing ovation. So they would tell the audience, when they get off stage, everybody get up and cheer. And so now, the fact that I'm the only one out there going to get standing ovations is now making people think everybody get a standing ovation. And that's not how comedy is. So I understood why that couldn't go anymore. Because remember, Ricky Ricky Smiley sat right here and told you a story about how he performed with Mike Epps and Cat Williams when he did Comic View, and to let him tell it, he was funnier than both. My man lived out. You're talking about the special needs. That's good.
That's a different time.
Some clever material.
That was a different time, Cat.
No, it wasn't. It was the time I was there.
But I'm saying
that time, this time, same times.
No, but I'm saying
just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Do you believe you could tell the same jokes today as when you started out? I mean, Eddie Murphy not telling those jokes. Richard Pryor wouldn't be able to tell those jokes in 2024 that they told in the 70s and the 80s.
So they wouldn't have told them.
But that's my point.
They're not inferior people.
No.
If they were in this time, they would be going according to our time. Just like then, we were going according to that. Like, that's how it is in the world. There are words that we can use for a while. And we use them for a while until somebody says, that ain't a good word. We should stop saying that.
Correct.
That don't make people feel good. And we stop saying the word. And we move on to another word. You can't say the R word. You can certainly say special needs.
Yeah.
You can certainly say spectrum. There are things that you can say to get your point that don't have to hurt people.
Right.
But you would know that if what you did was construct the English language for a living, then you would understand that part.
You financed your first stand-up. You had it cost you $22,000. You had 25 to your name.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to do that? You believe that much in Cat?
I believe that much in business. In business, the goal is for you to become independent and be the boss, take the responsibility, and also get the profit.
Okay.
That's all. How can I be looking for you to put me on if I wouldn't? And if I can't show you what you missed out on, why would you believe me? Now, the fact that I was able to do it 12 times, that's the real thing. The part that I'm able to do it all across the country. The fact that every time I do a tour or a special, you think, oh, that's sponsored by somebody. Somebody did a good job. No, just the guy there kicking around. Just the one that might mentally not be all there. He's the one picking the outfits, writing this guy's material, booking the shows, making sure he gets there. He's the one hiring the other comedians. But hey, I knew that that's the end goal. So if that's the end goal and I'm there when I start, why would I deviate from that?
Right.
Remember, my goal was to get this far in Hollywood and still have a virgin asshole. And I never had sucked a penis. That was my only goal. I didn't want to get with a white woman because I was scared she might have me running down the street like Jonathan Majors.
Come on, Jan.
Not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other women. But I'm not going to act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends. And that's the truth of the matter. So I stayed away from that. And remember, I told you the drug story from when I'm in the park.
Yeah.
So these are just the things. I had all of those when I came in. I already was ready for that. That's what they don't like.
I did not know. You're telling me and showing me a side of the business that I didn't know. That you guys are, the competition, the competitiveness.
That's all business. I don't care if they're selling Coke. You wouldn't believe the things that Coca-Cola says about Pepsi. You wouldn't believe the water conversations between Dasani and Liquid Death. Like in all business, in all sport, competition is a driving force. I don't require anybody to be better. Who am I? I just require if you're a loser and you've taken shortcuts at every chance and you've made sure that you didn't put anybody on that really had a work ethic and was a God-fearing person and you helped it. If that was never you, then don't act like that's you. Don't get out here now that you don't do stand-up and start acting like, oh, you're not sure why you don't do stand-up no more. I heard you got run off. You better be careful. The nigga that run you off gonna show up and he gonna tell everybody. Man, what you gonna be able to say? Nothing. Why do you think I speak with such clarity? I'm actually involved in each one of these stories I told you about. Right. Right.
The one comedian that we've been sitting here doing this interview that you hold in very high regard is Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle walked away from $50 million. You said it was more. Tell the story.
That's right.
I want you to tell it.
No, you're
No, I want you to tell it.
You really are the best. You're proving it here today. As much as I'm proving it, you're proving it. You're proving it. Yeah, that wasn't the thing. It wasn't. People say that he lost $50 million. No, that's not even close to what happened to this dude. And until you understand what happened to the dude, you don't understand what happened. Like, no, not they offered him $50 million and he turned it down. Who gonna turn down $50 million? Now I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times. 4 times, just to protect my integrity and that virgin hole I was telling you about. Right. Because P. Diddy be wanting to party. And you gotta tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did. See, I got the receipts for everything I'm telling you. That's why I can say them so freely.
Can I get those? You can get to know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Come on.
Because early on you was accusing me of being... It's crazy.
I mean, but you know, some of these people...
Martin tried to put me in my first dress. When he had to go on this hiatus, he tell me, Cat, when I come back, I need you. You my young partner. You my brother in comedy. When I come back, just promise me that my next movie, it'll be me and you. We're going to do it together. We're going to do some buddy cop shit. I said, Martin, you got my motherfucking word, my nigga. Go do what you got to do. When you come back, I'm in your movie. Don't trip. I don't need to see the script or nothing. You know, we get in that office and this fool pull out Big Mama's House 2. I almost died. And I gotta read this script for all these good white people. Where this nigga want me to get in a dress with him. And I'm literally saying to everybody, why is he in a dress again? You already played the old lady as an FBI agent. We can play anything now. We can be playing a dog catcher this time. Why do we need to be in a dress? And I get so mad, I say, you don't want me. You want Brandon T. Jackson. And that's who they went and got. Twice I said it, they went and got him. Just like I'm telling you, I had the other dude's work. I had all of it. All I did was say, I want to punch it up so it's not offensive to real niggas. And that's how I got in this position.
I sure hope I have Club Shay Shay after this here.
It's going to be in a dimension it's never been.
Yeah, it's going to be.
The greatest thing floating in 2024. Mark the words. No way. In a whole different realm of business. Oprah coming next. Once I establish this as a place of truth.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Watch. God's people ain't that few.
Prince. You met Prince.
Prince was a friend of mine. He was a friend of mine.
What was those conversations? Because look, I mean, sometimes we don't really understand or appreciate someone until they're gone. I did. I was a big Prince fan. All this stuff. Yeah. Because he could play all the instruments. He could sing. He was an entertainer.
Yeah.
That could sing. And what he wrote, I mean, who thinks of Cherry Moons? Who thinks it snows in April? Who a raspberry beret or pink cashmere? The purple rain, the things that he wrote about. Like, bro, who mind goes there?
Yeah, he was like unlike anybody in the world. He was just an amazing individual. I was able to meet him when I was 12, and I knew him my entire life through all of his changes. I was able to assist him many times. If you go look at Prince's car collection, you'll see that Prince don't have not one car Cat Williams ain't got. He got the Prowler from Friday After Next sitting there. He got the same Bentley as me, like, because we share certain things. Our connection was lyrics, musical lyrics, women, and cars. And those are the areas where he trusted my opinion on things, and that's where I got to be helpful in his life, and he was helpful in mine in really all different types of ways, especially about the business, as far as being a black man that was rich in this business at 18 years old, had already did his first $1 million contract, had already broken records, was determined that he didn't want to be like anybody else, was so great of a guitar player that black people just stopped caring about guitar, and he got left out on a limb and somehow still had to create his way out of that. He was just really a one in a billion type person. I was lucky to know him.
Now, there are specials in the streaming. I don't know. I don't think there's many, and there are no DVDs now. So where are you on this streaming, the specials? I mean, obviously you still tour, but how much do you focus on? Okay, I'm gonna tour, say 100 days or 150 days, but I'm gonna do a special.
Well, now that our relationship with Netflix is at the 8-figure mark,
8?
How often do you want to make them?
No, you said 8. I mean, like right. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Got to be 10 million to qualify. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, once you're at that level, how many would you do? I'd be willing to bet you say, every time you turn around, I'm gonna be doing another one. I think that's what you would say if you was any good. And like I said, with 12 comedy specials, why do I need to be in these conversations with these specialist people? Sid ain't got no special, you remember? Steve ain't got no special, you remember? Ricky ain't got no special, you remember? Faison ain't got no. What? So why do y'all get special? Yep, it was 20 minutes long.
It was good too, though.
It was. He's good. Not it was good. He's good. He's good. Don't think because I said something derogatory that I don't know how to hate. Earthquake has consistently, I don't think anybody's ever said Quake wasn't funny. He probably never been booed. I don't think he's ever given a bad performance in his life. But his just due was overdue. He was in a whole different situation.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't able to translate the stand-up to the movie thing, he took a hit. Most people don't take a hit. They're just judged on their stand-up.
Right.
So, yeah, no. I even though it sounds like there's a lot of people, that's not the case. I'm a proponent of all of us who are in this business working hard trying to make it.
When you got to stand up, was crossing over, was doing TV, was doing movie, was that a part of it? You like, okay, I'm doing stand up. Okay, the next progression is TV movies.
Throughout the history of stand up, sir. That's the goal for all of us. That's how it goes. That's why when you hear these dudes talking about, oh, I didn't want to be a movie star, you just know it's disingenuous. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Yeah, oh, no. I just wanted to do a game show.
Right.
What? Are you sure? Because I thought you did Mark Curry's show over after he had just done hanging with Mr. Cooper. Why would you do all of that man stuff that he did on his show on yours, and then do the dude stand-up and go on the road, and then you never put Mark Curry on your show or nothing? Like, if you don't say anything, these dudes will run over you. I don't know if you know how bullies operate, but if you don't stand up for yourself, there really is nothing they won't do.
Right. You're a very generous man, Cat. You're the sole sponsor of Melba Moore getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. You did all that on your own. Why? Do you have a personal relationship with Melba?
No. I understood that she was a black woman in a time where it mattered what you look like, and they had a certain thing that they needed you to look like and act like in order to be successful.
Right.
And she just never did that. She wasn't tall enough. She wasn't fine. They didn't like her looks. They didn't like that her hair was natural. They talked crazy about her, and yet she still made all of these achievements, and I'm like, understand, I'm already in the Comedy Hall of Fame. I'm already going to heaven no matter what happens. If it ends in a second, I'm up there. So it gives me the leeway to do some things that are simply because it's the right thing to do. So the truth of the matter is, they wanted to give me a star, but please don't consider me and this person been sitting on this list this whole time. And just because they ain't got enough money, they can't get their just due. That's crazy. When do you start? That's hurtful. What if somebody can't afford their flowers? You mean they don't get them? No, God don't operate like that. He was sending a dummy like me to come and take care of that. Just so that the right thing happens. That's how the universe works. Because remember, what am I spending my money on? I'm not spending my money on strippers. I ain't spending them on drugs. Like, what? Because if I go in a strip club, I'm only trying to get her out of there. Yeah. I have no intention of her or any other people being in this position. If I see a girl I like at the strip club, I'm telling her, you don't have to strip no more after this. This could be your last day. How about that? Ooh. What would it be like just to leave it all? You ain't gotta be a hoe no more.
I only want you to go get your purse. Just leave it. We give you ID. We give you ID and credit card and social security card.
We don't need none of that.
Yeah, none of that.
None of that. This life don't look good on you.
That shit.
You don't even look like a drug addict.
Gotta be thankful. You gotta be thankful. You can't.
You hear these athletes talking about, yeah, we was out there tricking. What? Why? You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. Stop paying people that you don't have no respect for. It sets it up bad for us. We got women out here can't find a man because they acting like it. You an alpha. Now the alphas all want these subservient husbands. You can't have one.
That ain't gonna happen.
It ain't gonna happen. Sorry about that. Okay, go ahead. Boy, you done got me canceled how many times in this program? Where's the camera? I didn't write nothing. I said tonight. It's all been on these cue cards. I'm just gonna keep reading them. Ask your next question.
Amigos, did you happen to get out of a financial situation?
I don't think we ever, as a nation, can remember a time that the Migos were financially unsuccessful. So for the record, I would assume that they've never needed Cat Williams' financial assistance for anything. I'm sure that between QC, the label, and other things, they were taken care of. On the other hand, if I was given the opportunity to help them, of course I would. That's what I do. I'm a pro-black non-racist. Like, I really, really love black people, but I don't love them more than other people. I love everybody. I'm a black guy, and I try to stick with that. But I'm not one of those pillow talkers either. Like, when I do something good, I'm really not doing it for the gram. It's not for any of that. I'm just doing it because it's good to do.
I appreciate that. I don't know if this is true, but I did read that comedians on your show say that women sometimes would bring them money and not say where it came from.
Say that again?
Comedians would say women would bring them money and not say where it came from.
Right. So, I'm not a feminist like a feminist would be, but I do believe that that in my camp, like if I had 35 people in my camp, right? I believe that other than 4 jobs, I believe that a woman is better at any of them jobs than any man could be. Okay. So 10 of these jobs, no man can work because I'd rather a female be there. If I gotta smell anybody's breath, I want it to be hers. I don't want none of you crusty. So what I'm saying is, in a staffing issue, I'm gonna have 75% women, just because I prefer them. I don't prefer to hear two guys talking in the corner. I prefer to hear two ladies talking in the corner. I don't care what they're talking about. I just prefer that. So a lot of times I will utilize ladies to convey a message. If a comedian is doing a great job somewhere in the country, he just did a masterful set, and nobody's gonna pay him. They just clap it. And I know he's broke as shit back there. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody just showed up and gave him a little blessing? And he didn't have to suck me off for it. And, thanks, Cat. And just, boy, I really needed it. Why would you do that? If you was actually just trying to help people, you would. People know that's how I pay my tithes. If I got paid $100,000 to be at your city, I'm going to take $10,000 of that and put it in your homeless area. Not because I got to. Because you gave me 100 racks to come to your little rinky-dink town. Who would I be to not pay my tithes back to your town? That's how I got in this position. Wow.
You adopted 7 kids. Why? That's a lot of kids for a man that's as busy as you are, travels as much as you do, on the road as much as you are, spend a lot of time because you have to spend a lot. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, maybe it comes so natural to you to put pen to paper and to write things down and be able to go out there and perform a set, but that's a lot of responsibility, Cat.
Right. But if there was a God, what would he think about you if you did that? I'm saying, let's say, for example, that God is real.
Yes.
Okay. And let's say he be looking at what you do.
Yes.
What would he say if you did that?
He said, "That Cat, that's a very kind gesture. That's very generous of you."
My whole life, since I was telling you when I was young, and they was asking me what I wanted to be, and nothing I wanted to be was what I wanted to be, God's friend. That's a weird thing if you're an atheist. If you're an atheist, I didn't even say nothing. But if you believe in God, and I tell you that I wanted to be God's friend, and I wanted to even go to Hollywood and still be God's friend, if I told you that that was my aim, you can understand where I'm at. Like, I promise you, no jealousy, no bitterness, none of that. I got exactly what I was trying to get. I haven't been shorted in any way.
I mean, 7, 8 kids, single. You gonna get married?
You remember the conversation where it was me?
Yes.
And I didn't know what was gonna happen to my 2 little brothers, and it was just gonna be out there?
Yes.
So when it goes full circle, and I'm one of the richest men that ever lived, and I don't mean, please don't look at my net worth. I saw my net worth. I had that on me. I swear to God. What I'm saying is, like, I'm saying my net worth is less than my last Netflix deal. You understand what I'm telling you?
It makes sense.
But I'm fine. Jesus was poor. Jesus ain't had nothing. So why don't we mad? You say I don't have nothing.
They had the amenities they have back then, okay?
Say it again.
We got different amenities now.
Not more than gold. Gold was the amenity of that time. We still got gold. Gold still running.
They have a Rolls Royce. They got you can buy an ass. That's what they call it. They buy a biblical time. It was cheap.
I'm saying, if you really want to say, I'm saying a color net is cheap. So back in the day, I would give my girl a donkey. Today we get her a color net. But I'm saying whatever it is, I'm saying I'm saying because what we gonna do? I done already told you I'm one of the richest people that ever lived.
Yes.
Only in the fact that when I wake up in the morning, no matter where I am, I don't need nothing. Whatever I need is right around me. And whatever I don't have, It's only just because I don't have it. It's not because I can't get it. All I gotta do is want it, and it belongs to me. So because of that, because I'm favored by God, like when I see people's wives and stuff, I don't even look at them. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to look at nothing I don't want to have, because I know how blessed I am. If I look at it, I got it. That's how Diddy be feeling.
Now come on, man. So you're not supposed to look at anything that you don't want.
Not me personally, just because God has given me literally everything I ever even pump faked like I want, and that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing is I don't have a type of woman. Every woman that I ever had as a type, I ended up getting her. Now she's not the type anymore. Now I understand that every woman is a one of one. Like you can't really have types. Mm-hmm.
What?
Because see, I tried to ask me something about marriage. And then
I ain't said nothing about no marriage.
Yeah, you did. When you rewind the tape, you let it out. You was like, so you ever gonna get married? And then you took it back. It's okay. It's okay. I wasn't on the photographic memory.
Are you?
I'm not against it. Like most people that are not married is because they're afraid of commitment. It's not that like that for me. It's just the whole time I wanted to be married, I had kids, so I had to try to fill my wife's place before she got there. So I'm already got kids without a mother, but so now I got to be doing laundry. I'm washing dishes. I'm reading stories. I'm having to nurture. I'm having to do all of this, and I got to the point where I didn't need the wife. I'm doing it, and we're doing it, and I'm not replacing a woman in their lives. I'm letting them see that that's just the only thing that we don't have. And it was easier for me to do that because you have to understand that all of the kids I'm raising at this point, they have fathers. You see? They have a mother. You see? I'm a different person. I'm raising you. And so that needs to be done with the other respect for the others that put work in as well. So yeah, I never had a problem getting married.
What's one of the one things you try to teach your kids?
I don't teach anybody anything that's over 18. I've done the work I was going to do. But as kids, I really just tried to teach the things that can't be bought, your integrity, trying to live your life in a way that you yourself could be proud of if you had to look back on it. And I didn't do very good at leading by example, but behind the scenes, that's never what I was pushing. They understood that because of my stance, there was a certain thing that would come my way. Mm-hmm. And so accountability and responsibility is part of what you're teaching. Is that, even if you're doing the greatest thing in the world, there's this thing called no good deed goes unpunished. Like there's a real Murphy's Law. Like basically in raising kids, you're just trying to give them a better manual and an outline of how life works than your parents gave you. And so that's how I did it.
How do you avoid toxic women? Give me. Because obviously, you like women.
I do, and I probably like toxic ones more than that's because because toxic women are exciting, and that's just a fact. Part of toxicity is exciting. I'd rather skydive with her. But if you have toxic women, just understand that all monsters are feeding off of something. And if you find out what this toxic woman is feeding off of, you can just begin to turn off her feeding points. And it drives a toxic person crazy, and they'll get away from you. So if she's truly toxic, there are certain things that she's doing that help fuel her toxicity. You're not noticing it, but it's what it is. Why do you think she watches murder mysteries before she goes to sleep? Why is it always a crime drama playing? Turn it off. Turn it to cartoons. Maybe. No, you don't get to. What's she listening to? You can't be listening to Sexy Red. You're broke. Toxic people are trying to get things. They're not being toxic for no reason. They're gaining something out of how they operate. That's why they operate like that, because they get something. As soon as you find that out, you'll be able to cut off what they're getting, and they will leave. Yeah.
You were married once.
Never.
You weren't married?
Never in life.
So would you have a cohabitation agreement?
Never. How? How can I be a single parent and be married?
And you know, there are people that like were married and then they get divorced and then they become single parents. That's how that works.
Yeah, but a person who's never been married means he's never been married.
Okay. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Why would you need to take my word for it? Hold on. If I had been married, wouldn't somebody have said who she was?
No. It might have been a long time ago.
No. I've never not been famous, sir. I just worked the story out to you. I don't have no hidden mysteries in my life. That was Jesus. I don't have no periods in my life where it's unaccounted for. No. That person that said that was a liar. I got a case right now in LA. This lady saying she was my assistant for 14 years, and I heard her or something like that. Never worked for me not a day in my life. Liars lie because they want to. But people always say, why would they lie? No. There are several women have said they was married to me. It's just when it went to court, they had to say, I was married to him spiritually. You shut up. How you going to be married to me? My kids don't know you. Answer me that.
So do you have a problem bringing women around your kids?
No. Not then or now. I've always lived with several women. Like, I've known
several?
Yeah.
Like more than one?
I've already told you that I prefer the company of women to the company of men. So if I told you that me and a couple of dudes on my staff sometimes have to cohabitate, nobody finds a problem with that. Yeah, so it's me and 3 ladies cohabitating because that's how the business gets done. Like, I don't want a chef that scratches his nuts before he cooks. No disrespect to these guys that go around with these large male-only groupings, but that's not my episode of Entourage.
Man, you were approached by 7 gunmen. You were robbed, shot in the thigh.
Say again?
You were robbed once, correct?
No, I never got robbed.
You didn't get robbed. You didn't get approached by gunmen trying to get robbed? They didn't take anything.
I wasn't even the
target?
I wasn't even who they were talking to. And not because I say that. Because if you look at what time period it is, I'm not even making $5,000 a year. So robbing me wouldn't answer that. This is before Oklahoma. You're talking about a terrible condition.
They'd be disappointed thinking they get something off we love. If they'd rob you.
Look, in 3 cities, it's legendary that Cat Williams would walk down our streets with his baby in a baby stroller, with a diaper bag, with a gun in a diaper bag. The only thing I need is a pass. Don't mess with me and just let me go about my business. I'm living in Inglewood, Compton. I'm living in Manchester and Western. I'm in LA, the gang capital of the world, but never robbed. Because why? I'm not pretending to be something I'm not. You think I'm a blood. You think I'm a Crip. I'm from Ohio. I'm a comedian. I'm a father.
Right.
I'm trying to do something out here. And not only do I not judge what you're doing, I'm not trying to be involved.
Right.
That's the difference. That's where the respect comes from.
So you're touring right now, the Dark Matter tour.
Yeah.
Filming next Netflix special.
In May. Yeah, next Netflix special.
YouTube theater in Inglewood. I'm about to catch that.
I thought you might say that.
I'm going to catch that one.
Right. Because it's a homecoming for me.
I got to catch
People
that.
know I lived in the heart of Inglewood. They saw me walk down Market Street with the babies I'm raising. Like, they understood that, no, I was really not pretend. Oh, you wanted me from the hood. No, I'm living there on the street.
What's your favorite city to tour in?
The next one, sir. Yeah, that's the real beauty of travel.
Right.
That's why most people don't have the empathy and the sympathy that they need to have for other people. It's because they haven't seen other people.
Right.
Like, if you went to Ireland and you saw what them people was like, and you went to Sweden and saw what them people was like, if you really went to Africa and you really saw what the people was like, you went to Haiti, you went to Puerto Rico, if you really traveled across the country, you would see that all people is the same. Way more people that's good than the fucked up individuals you see. And if you understood that, it would change everything. So I don't have any favorites in the world, just because every place is dealing with their own issues, their own troubles. All places look better than they actually are for the people that live there. And it's always a difference between what it seems like and what it is like. People will tell you, I went to Paris. I was there at the Eiffel Tower. Did you have bed bugs? And there were rats everywhere. The food was terrible. Tell the rest of it. Don't tell some.
Let me ask you a question. When you go to these cities to tour, do you make it a habit of getting out?
That's how I built my reputation. That's also how I ended up in jail 19 times. Because when I come to do a show, I'm really in your city. So whatever the strip club is, I'm there. Whatever the top bar is, I was there drinking. Whatever the the casino, I was at it. Like, what was it? Because I'm in your city. This is how I'm learning your city, so that when I do my show, I can be talking about what I know, not what I think, right? And so that was what I did at every city that I went to. The first 15 minutes of my show is what it's like to be here. You see what I'm saying? And so that was always a part of what kept my legend going, to the point where I can still be in these arenas without you ever seeing a poster with my picture on it, without you ever seeing a flyer, without you ever seeing a post that goes, hey, it's Kat. Could y'all make sure y'all come out and come see me? Because I'm going to be in. Would you please come on out, guys? And I really... Because we have a different respect. I know I'm coming. They know I'm coming. I know they gonna be there. And they know I'm gonna do the best job I can possibly do. And they know beyond a shadow of a doubt, whatever hour he was doing when we last saw him, he won't be doing that hour when we see him this time. It's a whole new conversation. And because I've never strayed from that, they've never strayed from their part.
I'm looking at some of the actors that you've been on screen with. Cube, Tracy Morgan, Regina Hall, Terrence Howard, Nick Cannon, Tiffany. Bro, who brings out the best in Cat Williams? How does someone get the best out of Cat Williams? Do you need a comedian? Do you need a serious actor? How do we get the absolute best out of Cat Williams on screen?
Well, I would be disingenuous if I didn't remind us that that's never anybody's goal. It's never anybody's goal to create a great situation for me to do a good job.
Right.
In a script. The way it works is the script is already there. This is a character in the script. If they give me the job, I make it my job that this character here has to be as big as this whole project. So if you don't even see the movie School Dance, I want you to remember, whose goddamn white baby is this? And the only way that I can guarantee that you will remember my scene if you didn't remember a whole movie is if I make sure that my scenes are that good. Because that's what I watched. I watched great actors. You never saw De Niro. You never saw Pesci. You never saw any of these dudes, and some of you was like, nah, I don't really believe it. You sure you're the Great Gatsby? Like, no. Like, you believe that this dude, Daniel, is a hobbit. That's part of the Lord of the Rings. having a respect for the craft that I'm doing. That means I'm trying to do the best job possible.
What was it like working with Spike Lee doing Priceless?
Spike Lee is everything that you said I was in my intro. He's just really an innovator and a groundbreaking, one-of-a-kind dynamo. And I knew that they were, like, they tried to sabotage me even then. Like, as soon as I said I wanted to get Spike Lee to direct it, because that was the biggest thing I could do, they immediately gave Spike to Gerard Carmichael and had him do his special too at the Comedy Store, and just to undermine, like, but if there's one thing you can take away from me as a person, whether you like me or you don't, if you take this from me, you will be a better person. If you decide today that you're going to live every day like it's your last for real, which means have a conversation with yourself every night that, okay, that was it. May not be no more after that. And really count yourself every day like this could have been it. All right, before I go to bed, this could be it. All right, how's that looking? If you can do that, it'll change your life. You'll really start making decisions and living your life like this all you got. Just this one day. But you could be a winner. You could be a winner on this day. It's just work ethic. And not the work ethic they talk about. They tell you work ethic where they do all these movies. I'm the hardest working man. Well, no, everybody goes to work every day. Bro.
Right.
Yeah. Don't say, I go to work all the time. Everybody who works goes to work every day. Shut up. Shut up. You get, what? You think I respect you more than my gardener? I don't. He work every day. Rain or shine.
I don't know if you saw this, but Taraji P. Henson got extremely emotional the other day. She was giving an interview.
Yes.
And saying that they're vastly underpaid and say the math is not math. They get X amount of dollars by the time Uncle Sam get his cut, by the time the agency get their cut, and what you see they were supposed to get is a fraction of that. Where do you come down on that, Kat?
It was the saddest thing ever, because imagine being in your genre, in your sub-niche, whatever it is. Imagine being in your lane. Imagine being one of the very top of your lanes. That to the point where if they don't take you for the role, there's not 3 black actresses that they can say are bigger than you that we're going to give this to. Imagine you being at that point and have to humble yourself and say, they're not paying me, y'all. And they're not making my pay go up because I'm doing better or nothing. It don't matter to them that I'm famous and people know me or nothing. They want to pay me exactly what they paying the new girl. And I've been suffering under it for a decade now. And just taking it. I just been getting whooped. But I just got to come say, this is wrong. We should be ashamed. But this is a country where we don't pay the teachers. And then we say the kids is the most important thing. You can't have both of them. If you do that, we're going to end up with a generation that can't read. Guess what? Generation Z and A can't read. Why? Because who was giving them a book? We got an iPad or a phone. And now the letters don't mean that there's no cursive writing.
Right.
Sorry about that. So, yeah, this is what period of time it's in. It's the period where the victims get to say, they've been hurting me for a long time. And I just ain't said nothing because I was trying to be strong and I didn't want to shame anybody. When our people call out for help, we gotta understand. You know what I mean? Like we put too much pressure on Tyler Perry. You know what I mean? He ain't put nobody on. The people that been in his productions, they not famous. All of them could walk through the mall without security. Be what you gonna be, but put your people on. If you a gay person and you in there, put some other gay people on. Put somebody on. Or don't be wondering why people keep saying gatekeepers. Because clearly, y'all are keeping these gates. Clearly.
Wilding out. How difficult was it for Nick Cannon to get you on, and what was that experience like?
I've known Nick Cannon since he was a teenager. He had to have his... in the comedy club, if you're underage, you can't be in a regular club. You have to be in the kitchen.
Right.
So I was the master of the kitchen every comedy place because I got a child, and my child is back here in this place while I go on stage.
Right.
So I've known Nick Cannon since he was 14. Nick Cannon has never called and asked me to do one single thing, and I turned him down because I've known him since he was a young black child in Hollywood. So what I did in Wildin' Out was to be his protector and to be his voice with hip-hop. So the whole thing was the thing that he was trying to do had never been done before. You can't bring 6 comics in and let 6 comics talk shit about 6 rappers because the 6 rappers will beat the 6 comics' ass.
Right.
You would have to have a comic that could actually stand in between and go, look, we comics, we gonna say what we gonna say, y'all gonna take it and understand it's a joke. If you wanna fight, we fight before the show. So you can go out there with your black eye. We're not gonna do it comedically. This is what needed to take place in order for it to be successful, which is why it had already aired and didn't work. And then suddenly when it comes back with me, it suddenly works. Because respect has to be in there as well. If you're trying to do it with Kevin Hart, you and him gonna get run over. You a teenager, he 5'2". Like, what's gonna happen?
Who are some of your favorite young comedians?
I haven't seen a young comedian I don't like. If you name any of the young comedians, I'm aware of all of them, and they're all doing a great job. It doesn't matter if it's Country Wayne or Desi Banks. It doesn't matter if it's Carlos or Chico. It doesn't matter if it's DC or Just Hilarious. It really doesn't matter once we go to the young part. The young comedians are dealing with things that we never dealt with. And so that gives them more benefits, but it also gives them more chances of failure. So it's not easier for them. So yeah, I'm a big supporter of young comics. We have Miss Pretty Ricky and Takara Williams. I've taken 25 black women on the road in these tours. It's important to me that the young comic gets the benefits and the advantages of the big comics platform.
Matt Rife, Wildin' Out, recently got canceled. You see Jonathan Major, what he went through. Marvel dropped him as soon as the conviction came out. And you were telling me,
hey, you saw that black woman come get his charge cut in half? Thank you, Megan Good. God bless you coming to save that slave. And he had to be there by himself. He was getting awful. Guilty. She came in there, was just so beautiful. They had to knock half of it off. Bless his heart.
So, Matt Wright, you know him from Wildin' Out. He just canceled for trying to tell it.
I never knew him from Wildin' Out, to be honest.
Okay.
I came across him as a new comic.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm really just trying to see the comics, judge where they are, see it. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
So, the canceling, what do you think about this cancel culture? You see the situation with Jonathan Major. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I don't know if maybe he can bounce back in a couple of years, but man, he was hot. He was hot. He was cooking. I mean, you see him in Creed, even the Marvel movie, and then just like that.
Maybe I'm a conspiracy theory, but I thought Cat Williams said any time they make you into that position, part of that contract is you do understand whenever we want to take you down, we can, right? Part of giving you the world. First of all, they went around the world for 2 years straight telling any women that would listen that this was a good-looking Negro. Since when? When did y'all start liking a big nose? And when did y'all like a little head and a big jaw? When? Since when? That look like my daddy. When you start liking my daddy? You like black people's features like that? If this ugly nigga is good looking, then all niggas is good looking. Anytime you see them telling you something you can't believe, just understand it's a play. And it don't matter. You gonna know it's a play as soon as they get in that position and think they gonna tell somebody something. No, you're not. No, you're not. Marvel will cancel you you won't be allowed to read a comic book. What is you talking about? Get out of here! Get out of here, ugly boy. Yeah, they love fooling the people.
What's your relationship like with Suge Knight? You still close with Suge? Have you spoken to him? Have you talked to him recently?
Yeah, it's doing good. Yeah, he's
Man, when you a friend for life with Cat Williams.
Yeah, because the people that come to me are trying to better their life. They're not trying to continue doing what they have been doing.
Okay.
So when somebody comes to me, male or female, it is in the auspices that this is what I did, this is what I used to do, this ain't what I want to do no more, and I want to do something else, and I'd like it to go a different way.
Okay.
That's what I offer.
Yeah.
So if you come to me under those auspices, then my loyalty is lifelong. Why would it not be?
Tory Lanez, man, what would you take on that? Because I know you got to take on everything.
It's a difficult position because somebody's not going to tell the truth. And the truth has got to be told. In all circumstances, the truth has got to be told. So if you don't want to say she shot her, then you shot her. And that's the end of that.
You said have you ever spent time in jail?
30 times.
When you was in there, what was going through your mind, Cat? What did some people like, man, I had an opportunity to reflect, and I was like, man, this ain't the place for me. I ain't coming back here. When you did,
I've never been in jail, and it was my decision to be there. If it's dangerous to be in the hood and you have to have a gun on you for protection, and it's either be judged by 12 or carried by 6, I'm always gonna have my heater on me. So if you want to tell me that you're gonna pull me over 15 times looking for it, I'm gonna tell you 15 times you're gonna find it. Unfortunately, I smoke cigarettes and weed. If you catch me 15 times, 15 times I'm gonna have it on me. What do you think I'm in jail thinking? Oh, I done fuck up. Damn these decisions. I'm not gonna protect my life at all when I get out of here. Fuck it, let them do what they want to do to me. No. When I'm in there, I'm fine, and I'm understanding that I'm put here for a reason. And the people that get joy off me being in here are really gonna look stupid because I'm finna be free. Because you gotta be setting this up. I'm never anywhere to get anything. You don't know I just made $300,000 in your city. That's why you think I might be out here as a ne'er-do-well. You think he's smoking weed? Yeah, he's got a medical license for it. He needs it. It's his only medication. Do you mind if he takes it? It helps him eat. Because he does 100 city tours, flying across the line. And so he doesn't get hungry on the regular. He doesn't get sleepy at night. He's got to literally put himself to sleep. He's got to make himself eat. So this marijuana helps him do both of those things.
Marijuana helps you sleep?
Oh, yeah. Because remember, as a comedian, what you're doing is against your natural timeline. Your natural timeline wouldn't be that you would start your workday at 8 o'clock p.m.
Right.
And then your workday is over at 2:30 a.m. Like, that's a weird...
Yes.
Right? So to tell your body now that we're pumped up on endorphins, now let's go to sleep at 3. It don't work like that. Your body has to try to get a whole new schedule. So, it suffered, but that's what works for me. I consistently used it. I told people all across the country, don't worry, this will be legal in our country. As soon as they find out how to charge taxes for it, we will be legal in this country. Do they view me as some sort of visionary for my forward thinking? No. You on drugs. That's what I heard.
Cat, but how you been? Bro, every time they try to put you down, they try to put you to the back.
Yeah.
You bounce up, you move right back to the front. Damn, you like a Super Bowl. You just keep bouncing and then you bounce higher.
Trampoline skin is something that you ask God for. When I watched you play football, you had it. There's some people that running sharp so hard that he don't want to run the ball the next play.
Right. Absolutely.
And if that's your only goal is to hit him so hard that he don't want to be him no more, you just out of luck.
Yeah, you waste your time.
There's no, your coach can't help you. There ain't no pep talk gonna help you. Don't matter about the uniform, your cheerleading, none of that matters. If it ever gets to mano a mano, may the best man win. And if you've been living your entire life trying to be the best man that you can for yourself, then you should feel great about those odds.
What do you think about Kanye rants? What's going on with Kanye? From a distance, obviously, I don't know how well you know Kanye. I don't know if you've been around Kanye, but from a distance, what do you suspect is going on?
I suspect that we're pretty awful people if we say that somebody got a mental illness and then we watch what they do. If you say somebody got special needs, then why would you be watching them and holding them accountable like everybody else? Wouldn't you grade them on a curve? Wouldn't you go, ooh, this guy? Because, I mean, what are we reacting to? What are we reacting to? You're the one that put him in a position where he thought he was God and could call himself Jesus. And you're the one who told a guy that writes musical lyrics that he was a genius. You're the one that's like, so what do you expect? The guy married a whore. Like, what? Like, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, married her because she was one. Not he didn't know. He understood that he wanted that. He courted that. That's what he wanted to base his family on.
Good heart, though. I know what you're going to say. Don't you say it, Kat. Don't you say it. I won't move the conversation.
If what I'm saying is not correct, then how does she end up with Pete Davidson?
I mean, it happens all the time.
And what if you weren't even good enough for Pete and he leaves you? What do that mean the product was? No, I don't support or villainize Kanye because I don't understand what it is we want from it. I don't know why we look at a basketball player and say, he didn't score no hockey goals this whole season. He don't play hockey. Kanye don't say nothing I can agree with. Okay. He was the weird guy in the beginning with the pink sweaters when we met him. Like, what do you think? Moving to a beat of your own drum? This dude started a church and kept cussing. Nobody in black church said nothing. You would have thought all the pastors would have came up. You can't be no gospel artist. You just said fuck that bitch. Nobody said nothing. Because TDJ's over there with Pete in it. Like, come on, Jack. Only the guy you had here has been upfront and honest and a man of God and humble and took the L's he had to take and didn't.
I did see it was trending though, but I ain't know. I ain't know why, Kat. I don't. Let me go to this script right here. It's cool.
All people that love the truth gotta be happy if the truth coming out and lies is getting exposed. That's just what time it is. 2024, folks.
Are you related to Luda?
No. So there was a crossroads where we were both invited to an Illuminati thing. And it had to be one or the other of us. And decisions had to be made. So it was both of us, we were equal. One of us had to cut off all their hair and couldn't do the sideburn thing no more with the points. And the next person they said was going to get $200 million because they were going to pay him $10 million a movie to do 20 movies. And that's how the conversation happened. One of those persons turned out to be Ludacris, and the other person turned out to be Cat Williams. Now, one person ended up with a light-skinned, ugly-faced wife that's never done it. Remember I told you that if I say that, it applied to 7 people? Yes. It's part of what they give you. Okay? I didn't get it. I'm not mad about it.
How much money they give?
200, sir. Fast and Furious is on what number right
10.
now?
200 million. I might give me one more women to look the same.
That's what they all end up saying at the end of the day. Kevin told told you he wasn't going to wear no dress until they offered him the dress, and then he put it on. And what did he say after he wore it? I made my own decision. Duh. But you didn't make it before they brought it up, did you? It's okay. All right.
You have a lot of politics.
Never talk about it. I'm not that controversial.
Where are we headed, Cat?
This is sad. We've never been here before. We've never been at the point where neither option is good for us in real life.
No.
This is a different conversation. This is, would you rather go back with your ex, or would you rather go back with the person before them? Both bad options. Like, one guy can barely put his sentences together, and the other guy will put sentences together from whatever he's read or whoever told him. Like,
but how did we get here? How did we get here?
All division divides. There's no way around that. All division divides. Politics. Even in the beginning, when our Constitution was drawn up, the two parties was not what they had in mind.
No.
They always thought that it would be two main and another independent party. They always assumed the independent party would be just as strong as the others. A lot of that just didn't happen. And that's what I've learned more from comedy, is that Republicans laugh at the exact same thing that Democrats laugh at. As long as I'm talking to Democrats, I can make them laugh for 1 hour straight about what Republicans do. By the same token, I can go talk to Republicans for 1 whole hour and have them dying about the stuff that Democrats do. But at the end of the day, who does that? Yeah, your team got an offense and a defense. They're not supposed to be enemies. The enemy is the other side. Well, you can't do politics like that.
Nope.
It's not good for the country.
Man, you see this Mark Zuckerberg building his $270 million bunker?
If you have $1 billion, we have learned that you can do whatever you want to do. When Elon Musk wants to send things in space, you don't have to ask nobody's permission. Congress don't meet. Senate don't meet. No police department got to be warned. He don't need a permit. None of that. If you got $1 billion, you do what you want to do, and then you tell them what you did. Right, and that's how it goes.
What do you build a $270 million bunker? What do you know that we don't know, Cat?
Kim Jong-un? I don't know what you don't know. Do you understand that people that are not very bright are in charge of nuclear bombs all across the country? That's what he knows. He knows that 30% of all weapons systems are running off regular Wi-Fi. So what does that mean? That means if a solar flare or a meteor hits either one of those, literally a bomb can go off just because the system accidentally got turned off. Yeah, that's what he knows. The people that are in power know that the people that are running the most complicated and deadliest things on the planet are just an average idiot. And you know lots of idiots.
I do.
Yeah. And these people are not special. Back in the day they were.
Yeah.
Not today. Not today.
You say you smoke a little weed. You don't smoke with Snoop.
Yeah. I'm actually a bigger smoker than Snoop. You know? He'll tell you that. But I don't mix anything with my weed. I just do weed. Right? So nobody has.
The minimum. I mean,
nobody does 20 blunts a day like me for 30 years. Like I was the first person to have a weed roller. Like somebody whose job it was. Like I haven't rolled a blunt in 20 years. Like if you go, I'm saying I prefer the saliva of ladies.
Oh my goodness.
No, understand what I'm saying. If for a blunt, it's necessary for it to get lit, right? And so if you had spent 20 years smoking with dudes, that's a lot of male saliva that you would have just accidentally ingested. I can't be this specimen on that. It takes the saliva of nice ladies on that. But yeah, that's all I do. That's just that.
Do you consider yourself a king of comedy? Where the
No, they consider that. Like when after Bernie left, them same three guys I'm telling you about, the Kings, right? Because DL is the greatest. No DL slander gets tolerated. But they came to me. I was supposed to be the fourth king. I got the offer, but I turned it down. Why? Because you shit on Bernie, and I know the truth. You think I'm gonna let you shit on Bernie and then come get me? I'm the next king? Fuck you. Why? Because the whole time Bernie was here, you was acting like you was funnier than him. The reason you was supposed to go last is because it was your tour. Tell the truth. It was Steve's tour. Not it was going to be called the Kings of Comedy. It was Steve's tour. These are the guys opening for him. Of course you got to close if it's your tour. That's why it was such a big deal. But you couldn't do it. Because you can't beat the best. And until you humble yourself, you will forever be king by the king. And because you finally did it, because you had no other choice, and now that he gone, you going like, he wanted to be a movie star. You stop it. You stop it. That man was funnier than all of y'all, and y'all thought y'all had one over on him. You thought he was black and ugly, and you were good looking, and he couldn't make it because you did. And that ain't the way comedy works. The king is the funniest. Period. Every time. And that's why no audience member was ever swayed. It didn't matter where Bernie went. You think if Bernie went first, he wasn't the king? Get out of here. Get out of here. Get your ego out of this. You let the best be the best. Right?
Can't wait, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming on, bro. I really appreciate that. Thanks for sharing the stories, setting the record straight. Now, you know they're going to double back.
Impossible. Impossible. Only because once you play this back, you'll realize I didn't say anything that made me look in a good light. I wasn't tearing down others to boost myself up. But I do have to acknowledge things that did not take place. Like, we're very ingenuous if we say this is not a game and we don't play it and people ain't in positions and people don't have their favorites and they group and they click. But that happens in all businesses. No. Say what side you on. Say why you don't like the other side. And then get to the game. But in the game, I'm wiping the field with them to the point where they don't even compete anymore. So how you gonna let a dude that been on the bench for 50 years, I would have beat Jordan's ass. Shut up, Jordan is still alive. We'll call Jordan right now. You can't beat him now. Not then, you can't beat him now. Right.
Cat Williams.
Shannon Sharp.
Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life. All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life.
My first marriage, I got married when I was 24. I messed that up. The second one, another drink. I just said I won't do two, but you got me in here now.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life. All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life.
Hello, welcome to another edition of Club Shay Shay. I am your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay and the guy that's stopping by for conversation on a drink today. When we started Club Shay Shay, we told you we're going to try to bring you the biggest athletes, entertainers, celebrities, and we think we've landed Moby Dick today. He's one of the most recognized and beloved global entertainers in the world, one of the most powerful voices in media. He's an Emmy Award-winning TV personality and talk show host, New York Times best-selling author, National Association of Broadcaster Hall of Famer. He has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a comedy legend, top-rated radio personality, popular game show and TV host, producer, actor, writer, fashion entrepreneur, media mogul, investor, motivational speaker, and innovative business leader, active humanitarian and global philanthropist, a true Renaissance man, none other than the great Steve Harvey. Steve, all that. Best intro I've ever had. Did I leave anything off? I probably did. Don't worry about it. The card on is so big, Steve. The card on is so big. I know we out of time. How you doing? Hey, man, I'm good. First of all, let me say this, man. I don't do a lot of podcasts. I've only done a few. But when you call, man, I had to do it because of all the people on television, your commentary, you're the one dude that thinks just like me. You ain't probably said nothing I ain't disagreed with. Nothing. I like your straight, your honesty, your forwardness, man. That country ass baritone. That you be mispronouncing words. Me, you, and Perkins. Me, you, and Perkins ought to have a podcast. Talking about, yeah, they said it. Steve, I know you know health is wealth and you're doing the right thing. But would you grace me and have a drink with me? This actually is my own content. I actually do that. Don't worry about that. Put that in there. I drank a little bit. Yeah. A little bit? Yeah, I ain't gonna be drunk. No. We're not gonna be drunk. No, we're not gonna be. Yeah. I ain't never been drunk before in my life, man. That's a good thing. Yeah. I've never had more than one drink. That's a good thing too. My brother, for all the success. Thank you, brother. We're gonna send you here. We're gonna send you away with a bottle of this. Oh, that's smooth. Yeah, all we need now is a cigar. Yeah, that's all right. I appreciate it. No, it's pretty good, man. So how have you been? Man, I'm good. Working on my health, man. Most important thing right now. I'm good, man. I really can't. I've entered a new phase. Okay. I was out the country recently, and I was kept talking to God about these deals, and we get right to the edge, and we almost get there, something would happen, and we almost get to another one, and something would happen. And then I just figured it out, man. God said, I want you to go home. And I came back out the country, and I just went home. He said, I know you're asking me for a lot of stuff, but I want you to just take a minute and look at everything I done gave you. Look at everything I done done for you. Now just let me know you're all right, and then we'll go from there. Right. But I had to come home, man, for the past couple months and just look at all he done done for me. I'm good. So you were thinking that because the deals weren't happening, God revealed to you, you need to go home and be thankful for what I've already given you instead of what you don't have right now. Because my focus was in what I was trying to make happen. And I was losing sight of what had already happened. Right. And if you want more, you got to be grateful for what you have. But I was so busy wanting more, right. I forgot to focus and take a look at what he'd already done. Right. I came home, man. I went home, sat around my house for a while, went down to my ranch, did some fishing. I looked at all that space and stuff, and all of a sudden I realized, I said, man, I'm really good. Right. I forgot. Okay, God, I see what you were saying. Right. Yeah. He'll give you some more, but would you mind? Would you just please be a little bit appreciative of what I've already done? You mentioned your health as well. And I see you, I follow you, and I see you exercising. I see you eating right. What was the turning point that you said, you know what? I'm healthy, but I believe I can do better. I can be more healthy. Well, man, I had a couple of health issues, man, that I discovered. I'm 66, man. Okay. So I got to looking around, man, and I had high blood. I had this thing called Chagas, which is an immune disorder. Okay. I get my blood work done about 4 times a year. Okay. My white blood count was low, couldn't get it up, and then I was struggling with sleep apnea. Okay. Waking up in the middle of the night. I had all this going on, man, and I said, wait a minute, man, hold up. I got to do something. So I went to this company, man, and I found this brother who was one of the top nutritional scientist ever come out of Harvard named John Lyons.
Okay.
And I went to him and I said, hey man, I found out that drinking green drinks is really good for you.
Right.
But I just can't gag it down every morning. You know what I'm saying? Kale, like, Shane, I don't really understand.
It's awful.
It's not in the Bible. It's not. Kale is for four-legged animals only. You gotta have short, square teeth that's blocked at the top, because you gotta get that kale in your mouth and work with it.
Yeah.
You gotta have extra.
Yeah.
And I just gagging it down every morning. I said, hey man, can y'all come up with a green drink for me that tastes good? And so we formulated about a year and a half and did a lot of tests, and finally we came up with this product called the Elevate, this delicious green drink, and I started taking it.
Okay.
I started feeling better, and it actually gave me more energy. So then
Right.
I was able to get in that gym,
Okay.
and I could start addressing some of these real issues. And right now, man, I'm getting there, man.
You said that you were struggling sleeping. Was it because you have a hard time? Because I think people that are successful really have a hard time turning their mind off. They're constantly thinking. They constantly like, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this. And so the mind is constantly focused. It never relaxes, so you can't sleep.
That's exactly right. That's exactly it. And the whole thing is you got to turn your mind off.
Yes.
You know, they come up with stuff like melatonin or something like that. Then they got a little thing called LDN and all this here. But really, man, when you hustling and grinding,
yes,
that's a cost for everything.
Correct.
You know, you don't get to where we are,
right,
people like this. You don't get here free.
Right.
This come with a cost.
Right.
And it's gonna cost you a lot of free time. Mm-hmm. It's gonna cost you a lot of your time. And that's just it. You know, people, they got mad at me one time because I did drop the video where I was talking about if you want to get rich, you can't sleep 8 hours.
Right.
And then here come all the haters online talking about Steve Harvey prefers wealth over health. No, I don't. I would give anything to be fully healthy.
Right.
But at the same time, if you're trying to get it and talking about to really have it, you gotta lock and load, man.
Right.
You ain't if you sleep 8 hours, you sleep a third of your life. 1/3 of your life is spent sleep. Now you tell me how you gonna get successful in the United States of America and you sleep a third of your life. Help me understand that, how that's possible. Then they go, well, Oprah sleep. Oprah billionaire.
Right. But Oprah didn't sleep like that, trying to accumulate that. She doesn't sleep for that reason. She probably sleep 20 hours a day now.
She can stay asleep.
She can be real bad weak.
Oh, she ain't got to wake up for. Oprah can lay there probably about 4 or 5 years. Wake up, still have plenty of money.
Right.
I sleep 4 or 5 years, man. I got to start over.
You're from a small town in West Virginia.
Yeah.
What was life like growing up in that small town? How long did you stay there?
Until I was 5.
Okay, so you didn't spend a whole lot of time there. Then you moved to Cleveland. So most of your formative years, what you remember is in Cleveland, correct?
Right. But that farm, because every summer I had to go back.
Oh, okay.
And work the farm with my uncle and grandfather.
Okay.
Because we had raised 2 hogs.
Right.
And we killed them in the fall.
Right.
So we had to go back. And in the summer, I had to go work all the crops because that's what we ate. Because my dad was a construction worker.
Right.
So my father couldn't work in the wintertime.
Right.
So we had to go down here and kill these 2 hogs and get all these crops from the summer. You know, put them in the salt house and all that.
Yes.
And that was work, man. You had to work. So I really learned a lot growing up in the country. But then I was a city boy too, so I had the best of both worlds, man. You know, I ain't flush a toilet till I was 5 years old. I ain't know what that was.
Right.
I ain't know you could cut your faucet on in your house.
Right.
You know, so I learned a lot. I was poor, but I didn't really know it.
Because everybody around you was poor.
Everybody went to the bathroom outside.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody had no water faucet.
No. Well water.
Even the white people.
See, you know what? See, that's why I think kind of like when you say that you and I share a lot of the same ideas, because I grew up in rural South Georgia.
Yeah.
And I didn't really take a shower in a house until I was in the NFL. I was 21. Really, too, yeah. We had no indoor plumbing, no running water. We drank well water. I went outside the first 20 years. I didn't know what it was like to use a bathroom inside.
See, people.
But I'm just see, you said you're 66, right?
Yeah.
I'll be 55 in June.
Yeah.
This was the 80s. This wasn't 1960. This wasn't 1950, 1940. This was the 80s. Until my brother purchased my grandmother's house in September of 1988.
Yeah. was the first time I actually used the bathroom in someone's house. Other than that, I went outside.
See, that's the average person don't even.
No.
They can't understand. Like I talk to young, I hire a lot of young people.
Right.
And they say, man, like my sons, Dad, you saw everything get invented. Yeah, color TV. I saw we had color TV. The one dude had color TV on that street. We all went around his house just see color TV.
Right.
It was 13 inches,
right.
About 25 people packed in there, trying to watch this damn TV. I saw cell phones get invented.
Right.
So, the internet, I saw all that, man. So it gives you a different appreciation, I think.
You said that you had a speech impediment when you were growing up, and that you had a teacher that said you weren't going to make it because you stuttered.
Yeah.
And there's someone in your community, someone in Delhi that says, slow down, say what you want to, take 3, and then start over again. How did that make you feel when you she crushed my uncle kid, and she already crushed my
She a teacher.
Yes, she's supposed to lift you.
This dream killing. I said, what kind of, I said, in front of class, because we had to write an assignment, what you want to be when you grow up.
Okay.
First day of school.
Right.
6th grade. And I write, I want to be on TV. She called everybody name, had them stand up, then she made me come to the front. I go to the front, I think I'm finna get a gold star. I got the best answer in it.
Right.
Because I knew all my answers was better. Because Lonnie Cage had wrote on his paper, he won't be a doctor. His ass couldn't even read in the reading group. So I don't know how Lonnie gonna be no damn doctor. This has got to be. So at least I wrote something that had a chance.
Right.
Lonnie ass got about a bigger chance of being a doctor. As I got to walking my ass to the moon, got fried. So when she called me up there, man, and she said, why did you write this on your paper? And I said, because that was our assignment for today.
Right.
And then I had a little stuttering problem, so I was stuttering a little bit. She said, who do you know on TV in this neighborhood? And so I started, by the tone of her voice, I could tell that this wasn't going the way this wasn't for your gold star moment.
Yeah.
This heifer trying to break me in front of these kids.
Right.
And she was doing a damn good job.
Right.
So she was crushing me. Okay. Who in this neighborhood have been on TV? Who in your family ever been on TV? Who in this school been on TV? And what makes you think you can be on TV? And look at you standing there, you can't even talk. And you write something more reasonable on your paper. She crushed me, man. I said, damn, this is a teacher.
Right.
This is in the 68, man.
Right.
I'm sitting there looking at this lady like, God, dog. But I kept my paper and took it home.
Right.
And my mama said, your daddy gonna beat you when you get home for being a smart ass. Because she would call home and say, your child is smart ass.
Right.
Because I want to be on TV. Everybody a basketball player, football player.
Right.
I don't like tackle.
Right.
I ain't like it. You throw me on the ground, I want to fight. I ain't good at this.
Right.
So when my father came home, she said, Slick, this boy been a smart ass up at the school. And he said, well, what'd you do? I said, I wrote on the paper, I want to be on TV. My father said, what's wrong with that? And I saw a little glimmer of hope because I wasn't going to get this ass whooping. I thought I was going to write. He said, well, your boy can be whatever he want to be. And it was like, I thought I was going to get executed. Right. Because when my daddy came home, it was time for that, he was the executioner. Right. My mama was a judge. She handed down the sentence. My daddy was the executioner at the house. So I'm finna get executed. And then when he said that, the red phone rang from the governor's office.
He got a reprieve.
That was a reprieve. And he said, you don't worry about that. You keep that paper and you read your paper every morning, every night. And I did that. I kept that paper till I was about 27 years old. And then I got in comedy at 27. I didn't get on TV till I was 38 years old. Wow.
So in school, were you a good student in school?
I don't know.
You paused too long with that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out I was there. I had perfect attendance. Because missing school was I would get murdered.
Right.
My father, they didn't play that.
But you had to work. If you missed school, they put you in the field. You wasn't sick. You couldn't stay home because you were sick. You had to work.
Sick?
Yeah, you had to work.
What do you mean you sick? Get your ass up to school and learn yourself something.
Right.
I couldn't be sick.
Right.
Went to school. Wasn't a good student, man, because I just wasn't interested.
Right. Were you a class clown?
Not at all.
Because a lot of times, Steve, you know how it is. They call it bullying. We call it picking. Oh, he picking at such and such. Did kids pick at you because
in the room and they have my silhouette on the chalkboard. They have my nose and then my lips will go all the way to the other end of the chalkboard. And they say, Steve, guess who that is? I know who the hell it is. And, then they talk to me and they go, listen. So I took a speech impediment. A speech therapist came.
Right.
And that's when I knew I was in trouble because speech therapists, for people who stutter, they've never stuttered. So they can't fix a stutter. Right. So they give you these dumbass
drills.
Yeah. Avoid words with PR in it.
Right.
Avoid words with ST in it. My name's Steve. Lady, where are we going with this now? So now I gotta avoid my own damn name.
Right.
Now I'm sitting here, man, trying to.
What's your name?
And man, it was just a disaster, man. I got picked on a lot, but that's why I started my wit at, because I had to develop a comeback.
Yeah.
Because I was the target all day.
Right.
And so when we went to the basketball court, that's the one game I could play was hoops.
Right.
Because I had hops. I was real thin, but Lord have mercy, I could fly.
Okay.
But I would go to the court and stand behind the chain link fence. And I'd be talking so much trash, I would put my lips up against the chain link fence and nothing be out there on the court but my lips. And I'd be talking much trash, man.
Right.
And everybody be down laughing. And that's when I learned my first lesson of how to study the room.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about this dude so bad one time, he got tired of me. And he said, hey, little man, keep on. I'm going to hurt you. But there was some girls watching.
Oh, you can't let it go now.
So now I got to go hard.
Yeah.
So now I'm pressed up against the fence. Now I don't see he done loop around.
Uh-huh.
I'm watching the game. I'm looking for him. I don't see him. I didn't know he had looped round behind me. When I realized where he had his whole hand against the back of my head. He was pushing my eyes and everything.
Everything was through the fence.
Oh, that dude was hammering me, boy. He got me good. And that's when I first learned, okay, you got to learn how to read the room.
Right.
Because all these jokes. And that was the beginning of it, was talking trash.
Right. So you're in Cleveland, you're going back, but you're basically the majority of your years in Cleveland. What was it about Cleveland that helped shape young Steve into what we see?
Cleveland hard, man. Cleveland hard. You've been to Cleveland.
I have.
It ain't nothing kind. Cleveland is a tough city.
Right.
If you come out of Cleveland, it's like coming out of Detroit. If you come out of Cleveland, you could make it.
Right.
You look at the dudes like Arsenio Hall,
right,
Drew Carey, cats like that come from Cleveland, man. Arsenio's daddy was a minister over there because he went to John Adams. I went to Glenville. We both went to Kent State.
Okay.
And it's just a hard place, man. It was a lot of gangs, but it wasn't gangs like today. Everybody was in a gang because we had to cover each other when we walked to school.
Right.
So we was, the Jets. We had to cross Pee Wee Marquis, the Delamore's, the Devil Disciple, Lord Noble Prophets. We had to cross their territory to go to school.
Right.
So it was a track meet.
Right.
All the way to school and all the way back. And you had to have your dudes with you. And we ride our bikes down to Edgewater Park and fight on Saturdays at the church parking lot. You bring 6, I'm going to bring 6. Now, if you bring 6, you stupid. Because I'm going to bring 9. Whatever the agreed number was,
it ain't going to be that.
I paid.
Right.
We go down there, so everybody in my neighborhood had hands.
Right.
We threw hands, man. Everybody could box. That's what got me in Golden Gloves, all like that. And it was just my father's rigid upbringing, man, about manhood. Do what you say you're going to do. Be honorable, be tough, and never quit. That. And then my mama was a Sunday school teacher.
Okay.
So that combination of faith and my daddy's work ethic and manhood combined, my mama was never pray, boy, pray.
Right.
Go to church. Love the Lord. The Lord ain't gonna leave you. That my mama just ingrained.
Did you understand that what she was saying when you were that young? Because a lot of times you don't realize what they're saying is so impactful until you're much, much older and they're gone.
Of course not. I didn't get it. I thought all this going to church, why are we in here?
Right.
Monday night prayer meeting, Tuesday night Bible study, Wednesday night choir.
Right.
What we down? What we doing? You know, I don't even want. I got so sick of. I was so sick of going to church. I asked my big brother one time. I said, "Hey, man, let me ask you something. How hot is hell?" Because if he could have gave me a number that I could work with, like 126, I was just gonna just go to hell.
Right.
Cause dog, I ain't on the sports teams or nothing. Cause I'm in church all the time.
Right.
But I didn't get it. I didn't get it until I didn't really get it until I was homeless. I didn't really get it. And everything she said to me, I heard it over and over and over and over and over. But as you're right, as a child, no, man, I didn't get it. I ain't see it.
You say you went to Kent State. Why did you and you said about the guy that was saying that he wanted to be a doctor, you had told me that you weren't a good student.
No.
Why would you go to college if you're not a good student?
Hey, man, tell you the truth, my best friend, Ricardo, I heard he was going to Kent State. I didn't even apply for college. But see, Kent was where they had killed the 4 kids.
Right.
The National Guard.
Yeah.
So a lot of blacks quit going to college down there.
Right.
So they had this thing called Cleveland Scholarship Program that would give you free room and board if you went to Kent State. So he had signed up for that program. So when I found out he was going, I had no ambition of going to college. It never crossed my mind. I was going to work construction with my daddy, just like my 2 brothers. That's why I was going to be a construction worker.
Right.
And every summer, when I was in high school, I worked construction with my daddy. That's when I knew this ain't for me. No, I got to do something else.
Yeah, that's hard work.
Boy, this standing out on this bridge, it's hot, with a hot tar mop in my hand. I said, no, I'm going to college. But I went there. I didn't have no study habits or nothing.
Right.
Because I had worked all through high school,
Right.
pick and pay, grocery stores and stuff like that. I had a bike. When I was a senior, man, I had enough credits while I was through school at 12 o'clock.
Right.
At 1 o'clock, I was on my job.
Well, dang, how you done? Because I wasn't done with my college. I wasn't done with high school at 12 o'clock. I ain't having no credit. And I was an okay student. I wasn't great. But you did enough. You did, so you applied it. You didn't apply yourself. You were a good student. You didn't apply yourself.
I was a better criminal. You're talking about cheating. Boy, I knew who to set next. We had systems.
Right.
I'm going to graduate.
Right.
Because we had systems.
Right.
You know, we was getting tests. I was doing everything. Now, I ain't going to lie to you. I did everything, man, just graduate. So I had plenty of credits.
Right.
Wasn't no A's or nothing like that. The only A I ever got was in gym, physical. I got straight A's in gym.
Right.
Because I love anything to do with that. But I got out of school. I had enough, plus Cleveland Public School, man, come on. We had a valedictorian and all that. I didn't even know what that was.
Right.
Yeah, I was at the graduation just sitting there. We had 695 people in my graduating class.
Wow.
I graduated 690.
695, that's a huge school. From back then?
No, it was 3,000 people at our high school. We was #1 track team in the state every year I was there. And Teddy Ginn just won the first state football championship for Easton School in the history. That Glenville boy, special place. I went to school with Teddy Ginn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a special place, man.
I heard you saying that when you did construction, you realized that you were standing on that bridge with that hot tar mop in your hand. This ish ain't for me. Is that, and I tell kids the exact same thing what you said. Have a lot of jobs as a kid because it lets you know what you don't want to do as an adult. Because if you're a kid with all that energy and you don't want to do that, when you get an adult as you get older, you don't want no parts of that.
Yeah, hey man, it was crystal clear to me. I said, man, I'm not the laborer dude. Now my father made us know hard work. I've been working on farms since I was a kid.
Right.
I was plowing behind a mule when I was 11.
Okay.
By myself.
Wow.
Handling a till plow with that little one.
I know exactly.
She's hard. I'm working.
Yeah.
So I always knew what hard work was. But that thing I had wrote on the paper when I was 10, that never left my mind.
Right.
I want to be on TV. I kept, like I watched everybody that was on TV. Bill Cosby was the greatest influence because he was on I Spy. And
Early 60s.
In 66.
Yeah.
So when he came on TV, he was the first black person that had a speaking role. So I'm looking at this dude. He talking to white folks and telling them what to do.
Right.
And then Muhammad Ali was out here.
Right, okay.
Saying I am the greatest.
Right.
So I had worked, and we had the same birthday, man. So I adopted Muhammad Ali as my mentor.
Right.
In my head. When I met him for the first time, I cried for 30 minutes, non-stop. I got the 2 pictures of my heroes. I met Richard Pryor. I got the picture the day I met Richard Pryor, and I had a photo the day I met Muhammad Ali. And I'm in tears in both them photos because they meant that much to me. That Muhammad Ali talking to white people the way he was talking to them, calling rounds, I am the greatest. The thing he said that stuck with me the most was, he said, I said I was the greatest before I was the greatest.
Wow.
And that etched in my brain. So that what taught me to manifest things before it happens, I would say, all the time. And so those were the 2 greatest influences in my life, man, that pushed me to want to follow that dream and pursue it, you know.
You didn't know what you wanted to be on television. You just wanted to be on TV.
I had no idea. I didn't even think it was comedy. I knew I was quick-witted as a child.
Right.
My mama used to take me to church on Friday nights to get me prayed for, because there's something wrong with this boy. Because this boy just say whatever on his mind.
Right.
I couldn't cut it off, Shannon.
Right.
If you said something to me, I said something back.
Right.
And what I had to say was pretty sharp.
Right.
And I got a lot of ass whoopings for that. I got put in the principal's office for that a lot of times. I just couldn't cut it off. My mama thought something was wrong with me. I didn't know that was my gift.
Right.
But I didn't know how to harness it. I didn't know how to work it, man. And I was just firing it off. It took me until I went to Kent State and a girl named Ida Washington, who married one of my best friends named Wayne Knowles. When I was a freshman, she was a sophomore. She sat me down. She said, Steve, can I talk to you? I said, yeah. She said, why did you come to college?
Would you say good question?
Yeah. I said, I don't know. She said, you don't belong here. Wow. She said, you're wasting your time. She said, you don't even belong here. She said, you don't know it, but you're going to be a star one day. And I went, what? She was the first person that ever told me that. I was a freshman sitting there going, that sounds good. I want that, but I had no concept of how to make it happen. And then, as a freshman, I heard Richard Pryor album. I was listening to Want It. And then I went and got everything Cosby did, everything Pryor did. And then in 1976, Pryor came out with Bicentennial Nigga. And that album, I memorized everything. Everything.
Every joke he said on that album.
Everything. So when the dudes was in the room getting high, I get a chair, stand up in the chair, do Pride, do Cosby, I do stuff I had written. But I still didn't know it was comedy at that time.
So when did you start writing jokes? Okay, you fell in love with Pride, you fell in love with Cosby, you know what they did. So when did you start writing jokes and started morphing and moving in that direction?
Well, it was by accident, really, because a comedian named A.J. Jamal, was a friend of mine. And he worked at IBM, and I worked at General Electric. And he was doing comedy, but I didn't know what that was. And he would come to me and say, hey, man, I wrote this joke, what you think? Because he knew I was funny.
Right.
And so I would correct it. I would say, no, man, say this, this, and this.
Right.
And he would give me $10 every time I gave him a joke. So I'd make an extra $40 a week.
Right.
You know, I'm going like, it's 1980, man. That's cool. I didn't know what he was doing with the joke.
Right.
I'd never heard of a comedy club before.
Right.
I'd never heard of how I could be a professional comedian. And then one day I was over his house turning these jokes in, and this girl named Gladys Jacobs was there, and she said, you the dude that's writing these jokes for Jamal? And I went, yeah. She said, he the funniest comedian at the comedy club. I said, really? With your jokes? Yeah. I mean, he wrote his own, but I wrote some. And I was going, what? What you talking about? She said, at the comedy club, he the funniest one. I said, what are you talking about, comedy club? She said, you ain't never been to no comedy club? I said, no. She said, why you writing them jokes for him? Why don't you do them yourself? I'm 26, about to be 27.
Okay.
I got 2 kids, twins. I'm struggling. I'm lost. I still don't know what I want to do. But that I want to be on TV was just in the back of my head, you did. So she said, I'm going to pick you up Tuesday night, and I'm going to take you to this place called Larry's Comedy Club. And I want you to see what they do. So I went down there, she picked me up, we rode 40 minutes down to Larry's.
Is it Cleveland? Where is this now?
It's in Akron, Ohio.
Akron, Ohio.
Cuyahoga Falls,
Okay.
Ohio.
Okay.
Right between Cleveland and Akron.
Gotcha.
Now, that's down there right by Kent State.
Okay. Yeah.
I go in, and she say, sign up for next week. So I signed up. I don't even know what I'm doing. And I'm sitting down there, and I'm watching these comedians go up. And it's 10 of them. It's amateur night.
Right.
And I'm not laughing. She said, why you not laughing? Because I'm rewriting all these jokes.
Oh, okay.
I'm sitting there going, man, he should have said this. He should have said that. And finally got to number 10, and they called this guy's name, and he ain't there. And they called his name again, and he ain't there. They said, well, he's not here. We're going to go to next week's list. Give it up for Steve Harvey. Now, I'm eating a chicken wing, and I hear her say, give it up for Steve Harvey. I turn to her and say, it's a dude in here got the same name I got. She said, you a stupid son of a bitch. She was a hood chick. She said, you a stupid son of a bitch. She looked at me so disgusted. You just a stupid son of a bitch. And I guess I was. She said, that's you. And they kept clapping. They said, where's Steve? And she said, here he is.
Uh-oh.
He said, Steve, come on up. I just ran up on stage, man. And I was just standing there. This room full of all whites.
Uh-oh.
And I said, hey, y'all, listen here. I ain't even supposed to be here. I'm on next week's show. And they started laughing. You know, white people laugh different.
Yeah.
You just said that in front of black people. Well, why is your ass here?
Yeah. Why are you up there?
Immediately. But white people thought it was the joke.
Right.
And then I was lost, man. I didn't know what to do.
Right.
She said, tell them about when you was boxing. She just hollered out. So I was telling her on the way down about this dude named Bernard Taylor that I had fought at Golden Glove.
Uh-huh.
And it was a big dude, and it was a whole joke about how he had punched me one time. And he didn't have nothing but a left hook. He didn't have nothing but a left hook to the kidney.
Right.
That's all he had.
Right.
You could whoop his ass the rest of the fight. But if he got that left hook in, he was going to crumble your ass.
Right.
And he got it in. And I imitated how he got in the ring because he was pigeon-toed. These white folks were dying laughing. So they got to laugh. And then I said, well, man, I got to laugh. Let me keep telling jokes. So I wrote another joke for Jamal that I hadn't sold him yet.
Right.
And back then, I can't do this joke now, but it was a joke. This was 85.
Right.
It's a joke about AIDS.
Right.
Which was perfectly acceptable back then. Nobody knew the horror of it. It hadn't quite. So I did this joke, and they was dying laughing. Horrible joke. Completely horrible.
Right.
Distasteful, everything. Knowing what you know today.
Right.
But then, died laughing. I walk off stage. They bring all 10 of us back up. They have a clap-off. I win the clap-off. I win $50.
You hooked.
An agent came up to me and said, man, how long you been doing this? You've been at just about 3 years, huh? I said, yeah. I looked right at him and lied. I ain't had no problem. I got $50. I'm driving home 40 minutes. I'm crying the entire ride home.
Right.
Gladys looking at me, she said, what you crying for? It ain't but $50.
Right.
I said, you don't understand.
Right.
I went to work the next day and quit my job with $50.
So that was the moment that you said, okay, this is what I want to do with my life.
I got nothing else. This was the brightest light bulb ever came on for me. That light bulb had never switched on better for me at nothing. Lincoln Electric, General Electric, carpet cleaning, rib joint, Amway products, Shackley products, Dick Gregory Bohemian Dye, A.L. Williams Insurance, Commonwealth Insurance. I had all these jobs.
Right.
The light bulb went off. I was born that night. And I went to work next day and quit my job. Came home and told my mom I quit my job.
Uh-oh.
She tried to talk me back into it, told my brothers. They said, man, you crazy. Created a lot of problems with my ex-wife. That wasn't her fault, man. That was me. I shouldn't have been nobody's husband at 24. I made a lot of mistakes, right? But I told my father, and my father again said, well, boy, if you think you can make it, go ahead. And so that was it. I struck out.
You lucky. Because a lot of fathers back then, it was like, if you went to school, you did school and you came and did what the father did.
Yeah.
Or you dropped out of school and did what the father did.
Yeah.
Your dad was very unique, Steve. I don't know if you realized it at the time, but you probably do now.
Yeah.
He encouraged you to follow your dream.
Because my daddy was funny, man. He told me one time he came to see me, I was selling out arenas. You know, my father told me, he said, boy, I could have done this shit you're doing, I done did it. Look at you. My father would cry all the time. Look at he'd come to shows, man. My mother never saw me live because my mom was saved.
Right.
She didn't want to hear me cussing. Yeah. Can't cuss. My daddy, he came down there funny cussing. my daddy was down there cussing with me. My father.
So, go ahead, finish your story.
My father was on front row one time in Mississippi at the DeSoto Center. He came to see me, him and my brothers. And he turned around, they were laughing. And this lady said, you laughing real hard at this show. He said, you know who the fuck that is up there? That's my boy. I made that motherfucker right there. That's my little motherfucker. That motherfucker come out of these hills. This motherfucker down here. My father, man, was a hard-ass cat. But he was the one that encouraged me the most.
I'm looking at guys like Samuel Jackson and Morgan Freeman. Samuel Jackson found success at 40. Morgan Freeman was 52. You was almost 40. You said 38 when you got your big break.
Yeah.
Do you think that really helped you because you didn't have success so early? It made you appreciate the trials and tribulations that you had gone through to get to this point?
You know, it really did, man. See, the thing I learned is gifted people, God almost runs you through the furnace with your gift before he allows the gift to manifest itself.
Okay.
Like you. You had to go through all the different levels before you became a pro.
Correct.
And it made you appreciate your career. You
Absolutely.
worked hard.
Yes.
Your ass was a dog, man. You came to every practice, everything, because you appreciated it.
Yes.
If he had gave you that at 18, you'd have messed it up.
Right.
If he'd have gave me this at 30, I'd have ruined it. There's no way I could have this much success, these checks at 30. I'm telling you right now, I would have used all my powers for evil. Oh, dog, ain't no way it worked. I would have been abusive. There's no way. The women that I would have gone for,
right,
in my thin, well-built, broke-ass life, if I had any money to go with that, if I could have got the haircut I could afford to get later on,
right,
if I could afford the wardrobe I could afford then, oh, Lord have mercy. I would have ruined it. I would have taken it and thrown it out the window. But he shaped me. He took all these years to gather me. He let me live in that car a little over 3 years.
right.
Now, I had learned the lesson when I was homeless. I was good.
Right.
And I told him, I said, hey, God, I'm good. You know, I got it. I don't know what you're trying to tell me, but trust me, I got it.
It's working. Whatever you're trying to tell me, you got my undivided attention.
Yeah, but he said, no, a little bit longer. Yeah, I gotta keep you in this furnace a little bit more.
When you're living in the car, besides obviously you're living in a car, but what's your lowest? What you like, damn, where did I go wrong? Should I have done this? Should I say, where did I go wrong? What's your lowest?
Pensacola, Florida. You know, I used to park my car in like expensive parking lots, like Ritz, Carlton, you know, stuff like that, you know, high-end hotels.
Right.
Because they had the bathrooms, they had linen towels in the basket, and they had the bathroom doors that went all the way to the floor.
Right.
So I would take them linen baskets and run hot water over the whole basket and get some soap and go in there and shut the door, and I lather up and shower.
Right.
And then I wait till I don't hear nobody. I go out there and get another basket, wet it all up, and come and get all the soap off of it.
Right.
One time, man, I was catching it real bad, man. I was in Pensacola, Florida, and I went into this bathroom and I got this soap and I lathered up. But there was a convention, and they had let out, and so it was just me and coming in the bathroom continuous. So I couldn't get back out there to get to next to fresh cloths.
Right.
So I set the toilet lid down, and that soap just dried on me. And I was sitting there, man, and just tears. I said, man, look at my life. I'm washing up in bathrooms. I've been taking baths and washing up at rest stops and gas stations. I'm going home, man. I quit. This is enough. I'm going to go home, call my daddy, ask him, because my father had a simple rule. Once you leave here, don't come. You
can't come back.
So I said, let me call home, ask him, can I just come home for 6 months, find me another job. I'm in my 30s now, man. And see if I can start over. So I go home, I call him, he ain't home, ain't nobody home. But I had an answer machine and they had it. So I called the answer machine. And a message came through from a dude named Chuck Sutton. Rest in peace, he passed now. He said, Steve, it's Chuck Sutton from Showtime at the Apollo. I just saw a videotape of yours. You're extremely funny. We got an opening Sunday night. This is a Thursday. We got an opening Sunday night at Showtime at the Apollo, Harlem, New York. If you can get here, let me know. Now, this is after I done got up off this toilet.
But you got dry soap on.
So I just put my clothes on and I went out, got me my quarters, and I called the house. And then this machine comes up. I still got soap on me. I got my clothes on. I'm giving up. I'm going home. I'm going to drive to Cleveland. I'm going to go home. He said, if you can get here Sunday, I appreciate it. Click. Call me if you can make it. Now, I'm in Pensacola, Florida. I got $35. He said Sunday. How the hell I'm going to get to New York by Sunday? So now, man, I'm in the car. I'm wiped out again. The first chance I got to be on TV, and I can't even get there. Oh, dog, you don't know, man. That moment for me was so crushing. I feel it. I don't like telling it because I feel it. Man, it crushed me. So I said, God, really? So I went back to check the machine, make sure he said this Sunday.
Right.
I called him back. He said the same thing. So a great tape. If you can make it this Sunday, let me know. And when I got ready to hang up, boom, it beeped again. Now this time it didn't beep before. But another beep came through, so that means another message. Said, Steve Harvey, this Tom Soper from the Comedy Caravan. I don't know where you are, but I got an opening tomorrow night in Jacksonville, Florida at the Punchline on Bay Meadows Boulevard. If you can get there, I got 150 for you. I called Tom. I said, hey, man, I'm in Pensacola. I can make it. Friday night, I went and made $150. I was so funny. He fired the guy whose place I was taking and said, if you do a Saturday night, I'll give you another $150. Saturday morning, I called Showtime at the Apollo, asked Chuck, I said, hey, man, is that thing still open for Sunday? He said, sure it is for you. I said, I'll be there Sunday. I performed Sunday night. Now I got $300. Eastern Airlines was open then. I got a $99 ticket, flew all the way to Harlem, New York. Everything I had in 2 bags. Went to the Harlem, New York, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They said, you can't come in here till 6. I said, man, I ain't got nowhere to go. Just let me, I'll go upstairs, I won't move. Security let me go upstairs. I asked him, could I go get some chicken 4 hours later? He said, man, I told your ass you can't go nowhere. You know, this Harlem, they don't play. I said, man, I just got to give me something to eat. He said, if you ain't back in 20 minutes, this door lock. I got back in 20 minutes. 6 o'clock came, all the comedians on the 6th floor. I meet a dude named Dwayne Johnson, not The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. I met a dude named D.L. Hughley.
Mm-hmm.
I met another dude named Jamie Foxx.
Wow.
It's 1991, 92. We looking at each other, man. I'd never heard of them. They had never heard of me. I saw a couple pictures in Comedy Club. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
I met them. We started going on stage with 6 comedians that night. All of them got booed off. But when they started booing Jamie ass started singing. and won their ass back. I had never seen the Apollo audience stop booing before.
Right.
Jamie Foxx started singing. I said, man, who's this dude right here? And then he went back to the jokes and they got his ass. Now, I'm last. Right. Now, imagine this, man. I'm sitting there, man. I mean, I can't. I'm shaking.
Nervous.
I'm scared to death.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cleveland, Ohio, Steve Harvey. I went out there. I had just wrote this joke about Mike Tyson getting in a fight with Mitch Green.
Yeah.
And Mitch Green was talking, and then the eye took over.
Right.
And I had just wrote that joke, and I did it for the first time on Showtime with Apollo. Them black folks tore that place up, hollering, laughing. I got a standing ovation, walked off. 2 weeks later, they said, would you come back again? I went back. 2 weeks later, they said, Mark Curry's missing. Would you do us a favor and host Amateur Night? Steve Harvey went and hosted Amateur Night. I've been on TV ever since, man. Ever since.
Did you know, like when you told that joke, the Mitch Green joke, and they invited you back, did you know, I'm here to stay?
There was no way I was going back. I was so ready the second time. I wrote a set the second time that I thought was funnier than that. They was just waiting on that Mitch Green joke.
Right.
I put a plastic shower cap on my head. I was doing this thing about why they always go get the black dude at the fire with the shower cap on to explain whatever.
Right.
They laughed at that, but they were waiting on that eye joke. Do the eye. No problem. Let me get that. I moved that eye joke right on up.
Right.
I did that eye joke again. Their ass fell out again. And that was it, man. I was, and then Chuck Sutton said, hey, man, it's between you and a few other people. We're considering making you the permanent host of Amateur Night. I did that for 1 year. I was so good, they said, hey, man, would you host the entire show? And I said, yeah, but I said under one condition, you have to get rid of all the warm-up acts. I'll stay out here on this stage and keep the crowd warm between acts and everything. And they let me do it. Because Apollo was a dangerous place, man.
Yeah.
The first year I had a warm-up act, he would go out there and they would get pissed. I would hear them booing and stuff. Now I got to go back out here and resurrect this dead-ass crowd, right? So I just started doing it all myself. And I stayed on TV, man.
So we're going to get back to that. Is that kind of why you do the way you do it, Family Feud? Because I noticed, like I said, I haven't seen a whole lot of behind the scenes, but it's like you impart life lessons on the audience.
That's comes from when I was homeless. I was so distraught at one point, I cut a deal with God. I said, God, if you let me make it when I get there, I'm going to tell everybody who it was, and I'm going to tell it about you. So whenever we go to commercial break, I try to give people that come see me, instead of a laugh, I try to give them something.
Right.
Just something. And I'm old enough, man, that I've done a lot. I try to give them something. And at the end of the show, everybody called it church. I had this moment. Now, at the end of the show, it's just all about the creator, what he's done, and how you can have a relationship with him and stuff. You know, and like I ain't no minister. You understand? At best, I'm entry level. I've been practicing entry level Christianity for a long time.
Right.
Because I found out I didn't do good at advanced Christianity. Ain't no need of me doing that. I'll still slap you. You understand? You can't get up in my face but for so long.
Right.
I still cuss. I shoot dice. I drink a little cognac. I smoke cigars, and I gamble. Now, I don't think that's all Christian-like, but when I'm in Vegas, you know, I'm trying to win my ties. So.
Now, when you tell Lord, hey, I'm trying to win or something, Lord.
10% is strong. My 10% is strong, though.
Right.
So I try to shake them loose.
Right.
You know?
The Steve Harvey Show comes. How did that come about?
I was on radio in Chicago. I had finished up this show on ABC called Me and the Boys, which got canceled. The highest rated show in the history of ABC to ever get canceled. I finished the season number 21 out of 144 shows. But this dude, Matt Williams, I think his name was, who had the TV show Home Improvement with Tim Allen.
Yes.
He had a deal where if his show finished in the top 10, he could get the time slot after him. And that was my time slot. So they took me off TV. And they gave me a pretty large holding deal after that. They don't do them deals no more, but they gave me a pretty large holding deal. And I went and bought a house with my holding deal because I figured in Hollywood I'd at least be a homeowner.
Right.
I bought my first house. My first house I bought was in 95. My first house was $1 million. And in 95, for me, that was like crazy. I didn't even go to the bank. I just cut the deal. I took my whole holding deal, $400,000, and gave it to a developer that was building the house. He finished the house, and then I worked it out with him. That's how I bought my first house. And so I was going somewhere with you, but I bought my show, and then I was doing radio in Chicago, and they called me and said, we have a show idea for you. And they flew me out to LA. This is my second show. And they said, we want you to be a music teacher at this school, and your best friend is going to be this dude named George Wynn. And George Wynn played on the show Cheers.
Yeah.
He was the mailman, Norm, at the end of the bar.
Yeah.
And he said, you guys would be great together. Well, I didn't know him.
Right.
But I had met this dude in 1989 named Cedric the Entertainer.
Right.
Who came through this comedy club I was gigging at one night. And I thought Ced was just the funniest dude I'd ever seen, man, in my life. And so I said, well, I do the show, man, but I want y'all to look at this guy named Cedric the Entertainer. They said, we've never heard of him. Okay, but y'all need to talk to this dude. So the dude George Wynn said he wanted to do the show, but I didn't know him, nothing against him.
Right.
I just didn't know him. And I'd been on TV once and y'all took my show, so I figured like this next time I'm gonna do a show, we're gonna do it my way.
Right.
And so I said, so they bought Ced out, and they liked Ced, but they said, but he's not as famous as Noah. I said, but let me ask you something, man. Well, who really look like he'd be my best friend? I'm finna be roommates. Why would I be roommates with this dude from Cheers? I wouldn't even do that.
Right.
So they was debating. I said, I tell you what, here's the deal. I either get Ced the Entertainer, I'm gonna pass on the show. I was scared when I said that. Because I didn't really have that kind of power yet.
Right.
But that's how strong I felt about it. So they said, we'll give him a try for one season. We did 145 episodes. That one season turned into a syndicated show. Ced the Entertainer, man. Funniest dude I've ever sat with in my life, man.
And then you ended up having a situation where you do the Kings of Comedy. You, Ced, Bernie Mac, DL. How did they put that? How did they put that together, Steve? How did you guys come together and says, okay, DL, Ced, Steve, Bernie?
See, the first year it was just me, Bernie, and Ced.
Okay.
And that was rough, man. And this kid came up to us named Walter Latham, 26 years old, and said, hey, man, I want to create this thing called the Original Kings of Comedy. And I want y'all three to be it. And we only going to do basketball arenas. And we looked at him and said, we're going to do what, dog? He said, we're going to do basketball arenas. I said, dog, we can't sell out no basketball arena. He said, no, I've been looking at Pole Star. All three of y'all can sell out 5,000 seats by yourself. He said, if I put y'all together, we're going to sell out basketball arenas multiple times. So three of us were sitting there talking about it, and we said, man, this dude crazy, man. He can't do this right here. So he said, I got a sponsor, Crown Royal. He said, we're going to guarantee y'all X amount a night. And like $250,000. And we said, dog, we finna do what, dog? I looked at say, look, let's just get the deposit. Get on out. If it don't work, let's get the deposit. Kid paid us this deposit for the first night. And that's how we got started. And it was rough, man, because it was just the three of us. Mm-hmm. And the first night we did it was a disaster, man. it was for me. Great for Bernie and Said, because they went up first.
Right.
Said went up first. Now the deal was to do 30 minutes.
Right.
Said went out there and did 45. Bernie did 52. I don't know if you've ever followed Bernie Mac before. It ain't what you want. They down there, Bernie done cussed out everybody in the crowd. And he's hysterical. They're stomping. The arena about to fall. And we're performing at this arena in Charlotte where the hockey players play.
Yeah.
So they had put down the floor on top of the ice. All the black people in there with coats. And then the dude said, we got to have a 45-minute intermission.
What?
So you got Said, Bernie, 45-minute intermission. These black people just sitting there on top of this ice with this little sheet of plywood between, and they freeze. Then here I come. Now, the disaster in that was, my mama had died in December.
Right.
Our first performance was December 26th, the day after Christmas. But my mama had died that month. My comedy special had came out December 21st on HBO.
Right.
I ain't even watch it. I was in a blur. My mama gone, man. It was like, for 2 months, man, I thought I was going to die, Shaw. I said, I ain't going to make it, man, because I had lost this girl, man. I was devastated. So my special came out right before the first night. I wasn't even thinking. So I'm out there. When I finally come on stage, they freezing. And now I'm doing the jokes from my special that I forgot had just came out. And all my fans that heard these jokes. And I'm out there and they hollering out punchline. Do some new shit, black Steve, we heard that. And I'm going, why is they saying this? And I didn't even understand that my special had just came out.
Right.
But I was so devastated. So that night, man, I didn't do well at all.
Right.
The next morning, this comedian on the radio asks him, we driving to the airport. Steve Harvey don't deserve to be no king. I don't know how he on the show. He wasn't shit. He on the radio just eating my ass alive. And I'm hearing this going to the airport. Now, I done stayed up all night. I ain't had no sleep. Because I just had a horrible night.
Right.
Now I'm writing. Because then I finally realized they was repeating my special. So I'm writing all night. I didn't even go to bed. I stayed up. I sat on the plane writing. I got in Kansas City. I wrote all the way up to showtime. I've been up all night, man, getting old jokes, reworking them, putting them together. Came up with a whole new set. Next night, Kansas City. Now we arguing now. Me and the bros is arguing because I'm saying, bros, 30, 30, 30.
Right.
90 minutes. Y'all got to help me. 40, 48, 15-minute intermission. Here I come. That night I got standing ovation. I had redeemed myself.
Right.
And so the first year was rough because I wanted to switch up sometimes.
Right.
We all kings.
Right.
They ain't never.
You wanted to go first, maybe go first sometimes.
Hey man, let me sit in the rocking chair.
Right.
Let me be second.
Right.
Bernie sat in the rocking chair. And I went, man, because you got Said one more, Bernie in the rocking chair. You closing behind these dudes is rough. So that's where we had our little...
Is that where you and Bernie butted heads?
That was our only odds. Because man, y'all got to give me a chance to win too. And they ain't never want to switch. So the whole year, we did that. And then we brought in Guy Torrey, and Guy Torrey hosted the show. Next year, he added DL. Now we got a problem. We can't have 4 acts, because who gonna go last now? So the argument was, Steve, you going last again. I'm going, hell no. No, man, we all getting the same check. Dog, I'm out here working. It's hard to follow. Now I gotta follow DL, Said, and Bernie. Now Bernie by himself. Mac was of all of us, man, he was that boy could put some pressure on you. So I said, I tell you what I'll do. So then Walter said, well, why don't one of y'all host the show? Ain't nobody want to be the MC. My hand was shot straight up.
I got it.
I'm hosting. Because that, for me, was cool. I make it like it's my show. I bring everybody out, lay it out like that. And then they switch up. Whenever we did St. Louis Said would close, Whenever we did LA, DL closed, when we did Chicago, Bernie closed, everybody moved it around.
Right.
And then we settled in, and then the Kings was really booming at that moment. But we toured for 3 years, man, and nobody but black people heard of us. There wasn't a white person in the crowd for 3 straight years. Wow. Never did an article. We just did black radio. We sold out the MCI Center 4 times, 2 weekends in a row, 64,000. We sold out the Georgia Dome, 44,000. We sold out the United Center 6 times. Thought we was walking through this country. Then a dude in USA Today, black dude came and did an article on us. And that was it. We was making so much money after that, man.
What happened? Why did it end?
After the movie, man, that was probably
Blessing and a curse.
Yeah, the 4 of us. It was the largest comedy movie ever in history. It was the largest comedy tour in the history. But these white boys came along called Blue Collar Comedy Tour. It was Larry the Cable Guy, Jeff Foxworthy, Ron White, and Bill Engvall. And they said, we gonna show them kings who the real kings is. So they came out with the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. They couldn't fuck with us. They wasn't even close. They wasn't even. Pole Star came out, Kings was kicking their ass. We was filling up buildings, man. And they thought, I don't think Fox was in that.
Right.
Bill Engvall had said, we're going to show them what the Kings really look like.
Right.
And they started selling tickets, but they couldn't compete with us, man. The Kings of Comedy and plus we was that other kind of funny.
Right.
We was tear your mouth out funny. You get up out your chair, your asshole still in the seat. That type of shit was happening.
Right.
Because when black people laugh, they get up and run to the back of the room.
Yeah.
Why you gotta get me dog?
They slap me back.
Break shit off the concession stand. Take all the popcorn. The black people, they was letting us have it, man. And so when it ended, the thing that the Blue Collar Comedy Tour did was they stayed together. We split up.
You wish you would have stayed, kept it together, could have kept it together.
We tried everything. But, dudes felt like they was movie stars. I never saw myself as a movie star. I always knew.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. Because you kind of like stayed in your lane. You see Sid branched off, Bernie did movies. You kind of stayed. I mean, you had a couple of roles, but that didn't seem to be your passion. That didn't seem to be where you wanted to go.
Never read for a movie, man. Didn't care nothing about it. I was a TV star. I want to be on TV.
So TV and radio was your bag.
Because I could do this.
Right.
I could do this. I could become household if I stay on TV.
Right.
To be famous in a movie, you know how long it takes to be Denzel?
Yeah. Denzel been in this a while. I remember him in Glory, because they filmed Glory in Savannah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So that was like 85, 86.
He was a gangster, though. This dude, you believed him.
Yeah.
I can only play me.
Yeah.
See, let me just do TV.
Right.
Well, I just do me. I ain't
Well, you Steve Harvey.
I ain't been no acting class. Finna do this here.
Right.
I'm not finna care. Finna sit up here and just care. I don't really like you.
Right.
I can't cry.
Right.
Cry with you.
Right.
We in the scene, I'm finna cry. I don't even know your ass. My father died. Well, okay. I don't know you or your daddy. So me trying to work these tears up, this probably ain't happen. Just let me go be me. So I knew. But Bernie got a lot of roles. Sid got a lot of roles. And they just wanted to do it, man. And that was cool, and I understood it. So I just knew. But the thing that they did, though, when they went and got so many roles, they stopped doing stand-up.
Right.
Me, I felt so strongly about stand-up, I never stopped.
Right.
When I got my TV shows, I still toured on the weekends.
Right.
And I never went back to comedy clubs. Once I was in them arenas, that's why I stayed.
Yeah.
So I just stayed in big theaters and arenas. I was going to the Staples Center, Nokia, Madison, by myself, take 2 people with me, Radio City Music Hall. I stayed right there while the guys was doing the movies.
The guys stepped away from
They stepped away from the craft, But you walked away at the height of it.
it, Steve. You walked away from the stand-up, and you really hadn't come back. Would you be willing? What would it take, Steve Harvey, to do the crypto.coms? What would it take for you to do SoFi? What would it take? How much would it take for Steve Harvey to do what they doing on Netflix? You see everybody, you see Chappelle, Quake, all those guys had specials on Netflix. What would it take for Steve Harvey to give us 60 minutes?
Well, first of all, I have to be done with the TV career, because once I do the special, I'm gonna be done with my.
Oh man, you curved up a storm. You killing everybody, Steve.
No, they gonna take me off TV. It ain't no way. The cancel culture too live. See, the reason I stopped was because I saw, okay, I got Family Feud, I got Little Big Shots, I got all this stuff being offered to me. At one point in time, I had 7 shows on TV all at once in one season.
Wow.
I had Thunderdome, Little Big Shots, Amazing Grace, Celebrity Family Feud. I had 2 other shows. Showtime with Apollo had came back on Fox. I worked 7 days a week, man. I went through a 41-week period with 7 days of tape. And I knew that if I performed as a stand-up, that whole TV career,
everything was gone.
and I was making enough to really solidify myself in television. So in 2012, I had to walk away because I was at the height of everything, man. I had everything going for me. So now, man, then I watch Chappelle and Rock and all these boys get 60 million here and all this here. I thought about it, but I couldn't dump what I had for that.
Right.
Because I knew the longevity, I was going to make it up anyway. So, like today, man, this is probably been the first year I've been thinking about it. Just doing one more. And I'll probably have to call it something like "fuck it, I'm out" or something like that. Because I know that's gonna be it. Right. It's gonna be career ending.
Right.
Because what I really want to say, I'm not gonna do a special unless I can say what I really want to say.
Right.
I want to be like Rock and have selective outrage.
Right.
You know, I want to be like Chappelle and really say something. But what I really got in my heart to say, if I say it, my career is over.
Why has radio been your most consistent staple?
Because it's theater of the mind. Look, man, when it comes to adult contemporary radio, ain't nobody done it this long. Ain't nobody been consistently number one. I've been since the year 2000. I've done 23 years of black radio. I got the largest market share today. I got the largest number of people today. Ricky Smiley is my dude. I introduced Ricky Smiley to radio.
Yeah.
I told him he was a dude. I put Earthquake in radio.
Yeah.
I told him he was a dude. You know, D.L. Hughley, got him in radio. I told him he was a dude. And they've all watched. Bill Bellamy, all of them.
I've had Quake on. I've had Sandy Entertainer on. I've had Ricky Smiley on. And talked to others. Why were you like this? Everybody's not like you, Steve. Everybody said, well, this is what Steve did. Steve said, let's go down. We're going to do these things. We're going to do this. We're going to do the radio show. Who was that? Said, no, Quake. Said he had you at Atlanta, Uptown College. He said, they sold X amount. He's like, no, we're not doing that. Give them their money back. We're going to do radio. Next morning, we're going to get up early. We're going to go get donuts. And we're going to go pass them out. And this is what we're going to do, blah, blah, blah. Ricky Smiley said, Steve Harvey did this for the comedy. He got me in radio. Quake said the exact same thing. Said the same thing. Why? Because everybody's not like you. Everybody keep talking about we're black. We want to see black succeed. And they ain't trying to see black succeed. Why?
See, man, when I was a little boy, my mama told me something. Remember we was talking about how your mama say something you don't really register then? She told me, she said, son, one day, God gonna give you a big house up on the hill. When you get up there, you got to tell somebody else how to get on the hill. Didn't mean nothing to me.
Right.
12, 13.
Right.
But I've always kept that because there's room at the top.
Yes.
Because the top ain't crowded. You know, a dude named this record guy, Ricky, I can't think of his name. He had a book out. The title of the book was "Ain't No Traffic on the Extra Mile." It ain't. If you go the extra mile, it's free out. You can do donuts. You can fill me.
Oh, okay.
See, but that's what people get wrong. People think if they blow out your candle, it'll make their candle brighter. No, your candle's still a little ass flicker. Your punk ass. I don't know how you think, because your little bitch ass that sat up here and blew my candle out. You think your candle fit the people? Same punk ass flicker, dog. That same punk ass flicker you been having, because you tried to blow my candle out. That ain't how it works. You need more candles, man.
Right.
And so my thing has always been to uplift, to teach people the way it's done, show them how to do it. So Ricky Smiley is a competitor of mine,
but you put him on.
So
DL,
a competitor. Quake, a competitor.
So you're not concerned, because there are a lot of people like, okay, I got a big house, but I don't want you in my neighborhood. You get a big house somewhere else, and maybe as long as it's not as big as mine,
No.
you don't care.
You put a bigger house right next door to mine. What they got to do with me?
You got a big
dog. I can't sleep in all the rooms I got now. What I care if your house is bigger than my house? What I care if you got more cars than me? I like my cars.
But see, excuse me, Steve, how have you been able to handle that? Because you know that there are a lot of people that smile and say things in your face, and you know they say things behind your back.
Dog.
How do you handle that?
Who are you? First of all, man, real players,
Yeah.
them real dudes, they ain't reading blogs, and they not blogging. They ain't writing in the comment section. Bloggers are not shakers and movers, decision makers, or power brokers. Give a damn what you say about me. You don't even know me. Most people talking about me don't even know me.
Right.
You know how I know you know me? You got my cell number.
Right.
Now, dog, you ain't got my cell number, dog. What you say about me don't even matter. Now, if you got my cell number, like if Said was somewhere dogging, that'll hurt. Because this is a dude that we got history.
Yes.
If Ricky Smiley was dogging me, that'll hurt. If Quake was dogging me, that'll hurt me. If 50 Cent dogged me, no. I ain't never done nothing to 50. We ain't got no beef, but I'm just using him as an example.
Right.
I wouldn't be as effective.
Right.
I would be going like, what you talking about me for?
Right.
See, my mind ain't down there, and then I stay on the wall. If I stay on the wall, even if you throw rocks up, if I stay on the wall, even if your rock hit me, how much steam it got? You had to throw up on the wall. But if I come down off the wall to address you, you can bust me dead in the head with the rock. I don't give a damn about haters, man. They don't even know how I'm moving. You know, Jay-Z got hated when he cut the deal with the NFL. Y'all hating on Jay-Z's fault. Jay-Z making moves y'all don't know nothing about. Y'all sitting over in your little punk-ass life. You ain't got shit going, but you steady knocking somebody that's out here shaking and moving. How they give Shannon a podcast? They ain't gave him nothing. He took it. He went out and built it. He didn't go get permission. He built it. How he got these people? Dog, what you worry about that?
You know what? My grandma used to say something. She said, boy, sometimes God will put you in place people don't think you belong. And anytime you're somewhere where people don't think you belong, you know what they say, Steve? Well, he don't deserve that. Who are you to tell me what God has made a mistake on me? He don't deserve this. He don't deserve to have Steve on his show. He doesn't deserve to have this. I'm like, bro, you got so much going on for you. You don't want me to have a little success?
Dog, what? The reason I'm doing this show, dog, is because of how you are, the way you move, the what stuff I hear you say. I've never heard a dude talking out loud that sound just like me. Dog, you got that bravado. Look how you feel. Yeah, I said it. And you're strong with it. That's why I came here, man. Look, dog, let me tell you something. You're the best dressed dude on television in all of commentary.
You hear that? Y'all heard Steve Harvey say it?
He the best dressed dude in all the commentary. Now I know who think he the best dressed. I know. I got TV. I watch. But dog, this dude right here be killing the game. I'll be watching you. I'll be
killing the game, Hollywood.
You straight killing the game. I'll be watching. I say that boy sharp right there. That cold right there. Cold. But then what you say though, skip your knowledge of sport. That's an instant. You play the game. But your commentary about these dudes' life, what you try to say to young people, man, so they can learn from you. And you use that hard, southern, tough, grandma, granddaddy logic to where they got to go. They might not like it. Where he old. Yeah, I'm old too. You old, Steve. I'm 66. Right. What the fuck you think that is? Right. I ain't 23. I've been your age. You ain't been mine. Dog. See, I've been where you at. I already know that truth. You need to pay attention. Right. In case you get here. Right. Just in case. Right. If you got any plan, you old. Hey man, old is the goal. Yeah. Now if you don't like old, here it is. Tomorrow, shoot yourself. Step your ass out in front of the bus. The fuck go jump up here. You stop this old shit right away. Old is the goal, dog. It's the whole goal in life. I'm so glad somebody asked me the other day, they said, if you could go back to any age, what age would you go back to? I said 65. Because this is the best I ever had. Do you wish in your 20s and 30s you had some of the knowledge that you've acquired in your 60s? Well, you know how much I would have saved myself? You know the pain I would have been. I could have avoided homelessness. I could have avoided bad decisions. I could have avoided so many things. I could have kept money I lost. I wouldn't have been with some of the people I've been with. I wouldn't have did some of that. I wouldn't have went some of the places I went. See now, because you know this. You don't see me on TMZ. Go through TMZ. Now, I'm not finna be on TMZ. You know why? Because I go home. I go home, dog. I go home. Can't feel me in my house. Do you think people are actually, because this what I've learned since I've been in TV celebrity is different than athletic celebrity. It's almost like people are trying to catch you in something, trying to get you in the wrong. See, they cheer for you when you're coming up, but they can't wait to see you fall. But the ones cheering, a lot of them is the one that's trying to bring you down. It's the very same ones. See, it's okay when they think they got a shot with you. But when they see your shot actually work, and now they look at you as over them. And instead of trying to hold you up, they want to do everything in their power to bring you down. It's funny. Denzel taught me the best lesson. We were at Sweet George, whatever it was, out in LA. This restaurant used to be very popular. And it was one of the nights Sam was up for Oscar or something. And we were standing there at this thing, and Denzel said, I'm going to show you the difference between me and you. He said, I'm a movie star, you a TV star. He said, watch this. Just stay with me. People will come up. Oh my God, Mr. Washington. Oh my God, Mr. Washington. I watch every movie. I go everywhere. Thank you so much. It's so great. They just treat him with reverence. He said, you know why, man? He said, because to come see me, you got to get a babysitter, get in your car, stand in line, buy a ticket, stand in another line, get your popcorn and stuff, go to a seat, wait, and I come up on the screen 25 feet tall. He said, then they leave and they don't see me no more unless they come to another movie. He said, I'm a movie star. He said, watch how they come up to you when they know you. As soon as they see me, Mr. Washington, oh my God. Steve, what's up, man? Hey, Steve. They know you. What up, man? He's okay. Steve, remember that time? And I'm looking at him. He said, you see the difference? He said, the difference is I'm a movie star, you a TV star. They got to pay to come see me. They invite you to their house every day. Oh. He said, no, they think you a relative. He said, don't nobody have nobody come to their house unless they like them. They invite you in their house. Then they're making sandwiches, sitting in their drawers, watching you. You a relative to them. He said, so man, so when you go out in public, see, you got to be different from them than me and Sam. Man, let me tell you something. I was on vacation with Sam one time, Samuel Jackson. We was in Portofino where we finished dinner one time. We walking back to go get on this boat. Hey, you're Samuel Jackson. I want to take a picture. He said, what's the magic word, motherfucker? Not him. And I went, Sam. And it froze the white dude. He said, no, I'm taking a picture. He said, I said, what's the magic word, motherfucker? And I'm going like, man, I don't even know the magic word, but I just want to give it to him. I thought it was a riddle or something. And so his wife, Latanya, was going at Sam, no, man, fuck that. What's the magic word, motherfucker? He done said it so harsh. The guy said, please? All right, come on, take that damn picture. Steve, can I get a picture? Yeah, come on. You ain't got to give me no magic word, dog. I'm on TV. We different. Sam treats you any guy, because Sam, look, you one person with $25. He don't care. But I move different when I'm in public. I got to be a lot more accommodating. I'm loved by kids, old people.
Right.
I got somebody, my grandmama loves me. I got to take pictures, puppies and shit. You know, I got to be that, man.
And I think it's amazing, Steve, that you've allowed so many people to eat off your plate. People don't realize how much money is out there. And I mean, think about all the billionaires and all the millionaires. And there's still money out there.
Plenty.
But we haggle.
See, because you know what it is, we get to a point that we ask God to get us to it. And then we want to complain about it and safeguard it and act like it's finna go away. There's a saying, man, that I love. It says, I can't complain about how much is on my plate when my whole goal was to eat.
Right.
So now, dog, you got all these groceries on this platter. My platter full. Dog, I can't let you have some.
Right.
Or I can't show you how to get a platter. They making money. They printing money every day.
Right.
It's available, man. And you get more of it. And I think that's a big part of my success. I think because God will always keep me covered.
Right.
Because I just honor the principle of I don't mind helping and sharing.
You definitely don't.
Man, I've given people stuff. When the story do get told, I've actually thought about doing a documentary myself. When the story does get told about the number of people that I help that I don't even know. Man, the kids me and my wife have sent to school that we don't even know, the scholarships we have passed out, the things we've done. I'm talking about people that when the hurricane came through and wiped out the Bahamas, man, you have no idea how many people we went over there and helped, what we did. And it's because I understand that principle. And the Bahamas don't owe me nothing.
Right.
And the people that get these degrees don't owe me nothing. But God gonna give me back tenfold. Dog, I'm always working. I'm always good. I'm always showing up with some new project. I just keep showing up, man. And that can only be God. Like you said something a minute ago, you said people look at your success and they say he don't deserve that. Well, grace ain't fair. Grace is God's unmerited favor. It's when God just do you some favor. He do you a favor. You can't earn grace. You ever hear old people say, all I want is a little more grace? You can't buy grace. Bro, if I could buy grace, I wouldn't have no money in the stock market. I wouldn't have no money at Merrill Lynch.
Right.
I wouldn't have a quarter nowhere. I would take every dollar I got and give it if I could purchase this one thing called grace. God's unmerited favor. Because he do above and beyond.
Right.
For you,
right.
For me, I mean, really, dog, where I'm sitting right now, I can't even really explain it, dog. I ain't that damn funny. You know, really, not really, dog. God he keep on blessing me. Man, that's all it is, man.
At your lowest, when you had the situation with the, I think it Miss Universe, and you misread, maybe it was on the card wrong, I think you probably read the prompter. What was in the prompter?
Exactly what was in it.
And it came down. So what was that moment like? Okay, you read what was in the prompt. Clearly it was wrong. Now we got to come back and have a do-over.
Shannon, hear the crazy part. They handed me the card.
Okay.
We had bought Miss Universe from Trump.
Yeah.
The lady that used to work for Trump was mad because we had decided in rehearsal to change the way we do it. Like all pageants, they say, and second runner-up is so-and-so.
Right.
And then there's the two people standing there. Then they always say, and the first runner-up is Miss So-and-so. And then that's really anticlimactic because now you know who the winner is.
Correct.
So they had changed it in rehearsal. All week long we rehearsed. We're not we're just gonna do the second runner-up.
Right.
She get out the way, and then next we're gonna announce the winner.
Okay.
The lady that worked for Trump didn't like that, and she put it on the card anyway, but she put it on the corner. It wasn't even up there in the 1 and 2.
Right.
So she put it in the corner. So when they handed me the card like this, I got it face down. My thumb is over number 3 anyway. So now when I read the teleprompter, it's got 1 and 2 on there.
Right.
And I read it, and the new 2015 Miss Universe is after we'd done the second runner-up. And he said, read the next name on the card, Steve, in my ear.
Right.
It's Miss Columbia. And the new, wow, what I say, and the new 2015 Miss Universe is.
Right.
It wasn't numbered one more name on the card.
Right.
I said Miss Columbia. Great job, Steve, go in the back. I go in the back. 2 minutes in the back. They're out there celebrating. My boy come up to me, Terrell, he said, oh, gee, you said the wrong name. I said, I ain't said shit wrong. I read the card, and I read what was in the teleprompter. He said, no, bro, the lady, she put the name down here. You're supposed to read that one. And then I said, dog, that ain't what we rehearsed. So I read the fucking, I ain't stupid. I read the card. I said, all right, I'm going to go back out here and fix it. The dude said, where you going? I said, I'm going to go out here and fix it. He said, no, we'll fix it tomorrow in the newspaper. Fuck that, we live. I'm going to go fix this shit now. Stupidest shit I ever did.
You should have left it alone.
I should have let him fix it in the newspaper. My stupid ass walked right out there and took the full hit, man. I took it dead in the teeth. Like it was all my fault, and it wasn't. Because if you say in the new 2015 Miss Universe, and he said read the next name on the card, either one of these names, what? The next name was Miss Columbia. Boom, I read it.
Right.
Boom. Great. So when I did that, man, this shit went crazy. I didn't know how crazy it was until after the show, man. And I went to the press conference, and the Colombian press was there. This dude was in my ass, man. How could you do something like that? This never happened before. I said, hey, man, shit happened. You know, I said I read the wrong name, but I really didn't. But I just trying to fix
You
it.
bit the bullet. You took one for the team.
Took all of it, man. The cue card lady, her job gone. The director ass gonna be in trouble because he said read the next name.
Right.
I ain't do none of that. I said I read the wrong name. So I went to dinner with my wife to Nobu that night. I'm feeling a little sick in my stomach, but I went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, oh my God. Oh my God. I had never seen anything like it.
Skyborn.
Rob, I was everywhere. I was the lead story of everything. I've never been ridiculed. A dude, man, that I really liked on CNN, I ain't gonna say his name, TJ Holmes.
He beat you up pretty good.
Told my ass, man. I'm cool with the brother. When he first came down in Atlanta, man, I took him around, hanging with him. We cool. I'm watching, seeing that this dude is roasting me. How could he? Oh my God. That's got to be the most absurd thing. What was he thinking? So go damn TJ. But then a couple other people I thought I was cool with. You know, everybody was attacking. But it was a funny thing. Because I just wrote on my vision board, I was asking God to increase my global brand and persona. In 48 hours, Shaw, my name had been Googled 4 billion times. I was the most Googled subject of the year on Google. 4 billion impressions in 48 hours. I was the most famous person in the world. God had increased my global brand and persona. I sure appreciate what you did.
I appreciate what you did, but you have to do it like that.
You didn't have to. It was a dark moment. That happened on a Saturday. Now, a week later, it's Christmas. I've been getting beat up, man. I've turned down every interview request. I'm talking about every news outlet. I shut my social media down. I was getting cussed out in Spanish. I learned more. All I know is I'm a punto. That's all I know. No idea what it was, but every last one of them, punto. I was that, so I said, let me cut this off. My kids had to cut their social media off, man. They was throwing bricks over my gate at my house in Atlanta with notes on it. That drug cartel was serious, man. We had serious problems. To this day, I have armed security guards in my house 24/7. To this day. They was doing a number on me. So for a week, I was just in the dark, man. And then I just said, man, I ain't gonna sit here and let these people beat me up like this. So on Instagram, on Christmas morning, I posted in my backyard. I was smoking a cigar. I said, Merry Easter, everybody. And that was my post. And they said, he back. Steve got back. And I waited, I came back on my talk show, and in February, I did no interviews about it until I brought Miss Columbia on my show to apologize. Because I had to apologize to her father. Right. Because her father was mortified, man. And I would have never done that to nobody's daughter, man. So. Right. But then after that, man, like my wife and I, we have 13 villas across the world that have been given to us as gifts from different countries for being the most honest man on TV. We vacation for free all the time. We can go to villas in 13 countries. You have a villa, access anytime you want it. And then I got a T-Mobile commercial out of the deal, Super Bowl commercial, that year on T-Mobile. I made more money than one Super Bowl commercial I made in all the damn Miss Universe put together. So, but now you own a piece of Miss Universe, Miss America, Miss. Just so Miss Universe, Miss Teen, something, Miss America. Because when they told me to come back next year, I said I'm not coming back. Yeah. Because y'all let me eat this bullet by myself. Y'all never said he read the teleprompter. The company never came out and said, I'm the director. I told him to say that. Y'all just left me hanging. So I'm not doing this no more. I said, I'm out. I ain't doing it. My lawyer sitting right over there, man. He said, I tell you what, he get ownership or he don't want it. So then they gave me ownership. I went right on back to work, smiling hard as hell. I'm reason you lost everything twice. Yeah. In 2005, you had $1,700 left. This was after Kings of Comedy. Yeah. You got $1,700 after you made, what, like $30 million on that tour? No, we made more than that. And you got $1,700 to your name. What the hell happened to the money? It's called a divorce. I got jumped on, man, but it was even before the divorce. Right. Because, not gonna say who did it, but they got in cahoots with my financial plan. Mm-hmm. And I was writing checks to the government for 7 years. Right. Writing tax checks, signing the tax checks, giving them to turn in. They was keeping them, taking the money out the account like I was paying taxes. Right. And keeping it for themselves. When my accountant passed, a lady went in the office and found a box on the floor, and I had 7 years of unpaid taxes. And I'm thinking I'm even. And then my lawyer said to me, hey man, you ain't paid taxes in 7 years. Ooh, so you hadn't paid in 7 years plus the interest. Then I had saved some millions, but before I split the asset, she took all of that out to pay, moved it. See, the funny thing, I got divorced in November 2005. But then they went on the rampage to destroy me and act like we was in a divorce fight. We were actually just trying to split some assets. Right. The divorce was over. Right. It was no fight for nothing. Right. It was just, let's split the assets. But you took all the assets. Right. And I was stuck with this tax bill. Right. So I had to pay 7 years of back taxes with interest and get current. I was in the world of trouble, man. So when I looked up, man, I had $1,700. But that's when I went to New York and signed a contract for syndicated radio. Here come God again, rescuing me. That just gave me a little bit of money. I wasn't making what I make now. I make like 10 mil a year off radio. right after the divorce in 2006.
Well, you reconnected. So y'all had dated before?
I dated her in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah, I dated her in the 80s.
I thought they say love was like a McLaren. Once it goes cold, it can't be reheated.
Your mind ain't go cold. Red hot, poker hot, hot tamale hot. I'm talking about Tabasco.
So,
it's just I got in trouble.
right.
When we started dating, I became homeless.
Right.
With no cell phone.
Right.
I just had a house number. She had a little baby. I figured, what I got to offer this woman? I'm in trouble now.
Right.
So I just drove off. We never had an argument or nothing.
Right.
You know? Wow.
Why did you continue to believe in love? After everything that you've been, like you're telling me you've gone through a divorce and things happened with the taxes and she took half the money, 3/4 of the money. Here I was, thought you were selling your money because you made all this money on Kings of Comedy and you got $1,700 to your name. Why did you believe in love twice? Why do you believe in living love find love again?
Because of my mom and daddy. My mom and daddy was married 64 years. I saw what it looked like.
Right.
I saw what it looked like when it was hard, when it was good. I watched a man honor a woman. I've never seen nobody love nobody like my daddy loved my mom. That boy with that 3rd grade education, my mama taught my daddy how to read and write. I've never seen nobody love nobody like Slick Harvey loved Eloise Fury. He'll kill you about her. And he embedded that in me and my 2 brothers. Anybody say anything about your mama, get that ass right there, right then. If you can't get that ass, come to this house, get your brothers, but go back and get that ass. She off limits. Ain't no jokes about your mama, ain't no nothing. That carried me to this day, man. You can't say nothing about Eloise Fury Harvey. She off limits, man. We ain't playing them games.
Right.
You start that your mama shit up at the school, we finna fight. When they was suspending me for fighting, my daddy said, what was you fighting for? I said, he said something about mama. He said, okay.
He embedded that like, okay, how he felt about your mother, his wife. You carried that with your...
I just saw it, man. I went, wow, that's how you do it. And so
you
I
never
tried
had that before. In all your relationships before in the marriage, you never had that. What he had with your mom, you never had that.
My first marriage, I got married when I was 24. I wasn't the man my daddy was.
Okay.
I was trying to do something he was doing that I ain't had equipment for.
Okay.
I ain't know how to problem solve, navigate, negotiate. I didn't know how to shut up in an argument.
Right.
I was just losing arguments because I kept them going.
Right.
I messed that up. The second one, that one right there, dog. Another drink. I just said I won't do 2, but you got me in here now. You got me in here deep, shit.
Oh, so, okay. The second one, obviously that was the worst one. Normally, after a really, really bad, traumatic experience, you're like, I'm done with this. It ain't for me.
I was. Let me tell you something, man. When I got divorced in 2005, I was living in Trump Towers in New York.
Right.
On 48th and 1st.
Yeah.
I said, after that, this is what I'm finna do. I had learned about private jet travel and stuff by then. Even though I ain't had no money, I had just signed this other contract trying to get back from that $1,700. I said, I'm gonna put bus schedules on my walls. I'm gonna have arrival and departure time. That's how many women I'm finna roll up in here in 60B. Bus schedules, arrival and departure times. I'm finna roll them up in here on a continuous basis. I'm finna live my best life. God said, no, you ain't.
Oh, I was gonna say you about to be Nick Cannon before Nick Cannon did.
Nick is different. I know where the drugstore at.
So you was like, okay,
I'm sorry, I don't want to say sorry, Nick.
You said, okay, I'm
Nick,
like,
I don't know where they came from, Nick. I swear to God, it's the Kevin Hart prank. I didn't mean to say that. I don't even know. Did I just say I know where the drugstore is?
you just said that.
I don't even know where they came from, man. See, that's that gift that just found.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that was the plan.
How did you Marguerite that?
God said, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're not finna do that. You finna get yourself together. Now, you done lost everything twice. You want to do it again? You want to do it again, or you want to see what I got for you?
Like a cat, Steve.
The day after my divorce, I went to Vegas.
Okay.
I'm gambling. My bodyguard Boomerang on the phone talking to this girl named Sharon in Memphis. He asked about Margie. He said, Margie doing pretty good now. And I hadn't talked to her in years.
Right.
Boom tapped me on my shoulder and said, hey, man, I got a phone call. I said, Dog, I'm gambling. You know, I'm talking to nobody. He said, no, you need to take this phone call. So I thought something was wrong. So I got her from the roulette table. I said, hello. She said, boy, what you want? I said, Margie. She said, yeah. So I just said, so how you punk ass husband doing? First thing I said, how you punk ass dude to me? I still hold strong to them. I've never retracted that statement.
Okay.
I said, how your punk ass husband doing? Because I had heard she had got married.
Right.
She said, boy, I've been divorced 3 years.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first, but he's let his own dental care take a back seat. Time for a shift. Aspen Dental offers $19 complete exams and x-rays for new patients without insurance, making it easier to get started with quality care. Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. Need a fast and secure way to take payments? We've got you covered. How about card readers that you can rely on? Yep, that too. Want one place to manage every sale from every channel? That's kind of our thing. Wherever you sell, businesses that grow with Shopify.
Light bulb go off? You start smiling?
I'm talking about, man, like a headlight, like a halogen light bulb, and they hadn't even been invented then. Ding! I ended up going to Memphis, met her for lunch. She told me about her divorce. I said, I'm divorced too. She said, boy, shut up lying. Because they hadn't went public.
Right.
And she said, shut up, I know you got married again. And I said, no. She didn't really believe it. It took me 2 weeks to convince her. We talked on the phone that New Year's Eve. She was in Hawaii with her kids. I'm on the phone with her all night, man. Just remembering stuff. Hadn't seen her. In Valentine's Day 2006, she came to New York. That was it, dog.
She ain't left you side scenes.
Nah. And God said, that arrival and departure sign, you're going to take that down off the wall. Wow. I showed it to you one time. You didn't get it then. And after her, man, I mean, really, you look at my career and my life after her, it's just been a rocket shot.
Credit her for everything that we see Steve Harvey sitting here today. You credit her for that. The man that you became, the way you dress, the way you talk, the things that you have going on good, great in your life. You said, that woman over there?
Because I know what it is. Now, a lot of dudes won't do that. And I understand that. You want to get your shine on, you this and you that. Yeah, but I was that before. And I wasn't this or that.
Right.
I was a comedian before.
Right.
I was a TV star before. So you tell me what difference is. It got to be her.
Right.
Because for the first time, man, I had peace at my house. When you got peace at the crib, dog, you can plug in your battery pack and get rejuvenated to go out here and deal with the rest of this shit you got to go deal with.
Right.
Because, hey, man, you know, them folks out there, they ain't not finna change. Racism out there.
Right.
It's on TV. It's on the internet. It's alive and well. She would give me the juice and the charge I needed to go back out there. She encouraged me. She told me I was something when I felt bad. She gave me but we was at the house laughing, having a good time, man. If you look at since 2000, we got married in 2007. If you look at from 2007, I got Family Feud in 2009. The book came out 2009. Miss Universe after that. The talk show after that. Little Big Shots after that. The Judge show. The radio show got big after that. 4 books later, the movie came out, Think Like a Man. All this after that. What else is it? I just locked in with this chick, man, and she gave me a lot of good advice, man. She made me see things in a different way. And it was her, man, and it's okay, man. It's people, People don't want to do that. Now, I know they tired of hearing me saying, what you want me to say? Shit, I ain't got nothing else for you. Shit, it wasn't just all me.
Right.
She gave me the mindset to be me. And that's crazy, man. It's like there's a dude named Nuri Mohammed. I wish I had my phone, man. You could hear what this dude said about relationships. It's the coldest thing. He said, other than your relationship with God, who you choose to spend the rest of your life with is the single most important decision you will ever make. Because your other half your other half will be your better half or make you half of what you could be. She will either inspire you to greatness or reduce you to mediocrity. And then he went on to talk about, he quoted Minister Louis Farrakhan, and then at the end of it he said, so choose wisely. And that was the first time, man, that I ever chose wisely. And it was the best thing, because a woman like an elevator button, man, they can take you up or down. If you get the right one, you got something. If you get the wrong one, but it's like a man to a woman. If you get the right man, you can go somewhere.
Right.
If you get the wrong man, you off. Like I heard you say one time, when I was laughing so hard, you said you paid for a divorce.
Yeah.
I said, this dude right here was committed.
But see, I want people to say, she was getting a divorce already. I didn't break the home
No, I don't
because
give a damn.
Because I couldn't take it to work with.
Yeah.
She was getting a divorce.
And she had the money.
Right. Right.
What's wrong with that?
Right.
I'm trying to invest in my future.
Right.
See, these dudes kill me. That's what's wrong with this generation today. These young boys today, what does she bring to the table? The hell you mean, man? What do your ass bring to the table? You got a woman that can come to the table that can make another you. What else she need to slide up to the table with? What about your job? What happened to men who were supposed to be responsible? Do you know that it's our job to take care of a woman and some children, to have a family? That's our damn job.
But what happens to them when the woman tell you, I don't need a man, Steve?
Well, they need to point, okay, if you don't, how that's working? You know, how that's working? Who don't need no man?
I'm independent. I can do for myself.
Yeah, but why do you want to? Yeah, okay, you can drop a transmission. You can sandblast your house. But hell, do you want to?
No.
If somebody can get out there and drop this transmission for you and sandblast your house, why don't you go get your nails done? I'm not trying to reduce a woman to nothing else. Be all you can be. But damn, who don't need a man? That's a lie. What man don't need a woman? I tell you what. Try to live without. Try to live your life without women. This ain't about la-da-da, man. This is some bullshit without women. If it wasn't for women, what would you? Aristotle Onassis said it best. He said if women did not exist, all the money in the world would have no meaning. Women is everything. They catch me out. They the lick, man. But these young boys done forgot it, because these women out here, they've had to be independent because they ain't got the right man.
Okay.
But this system of marriage is still good.
Okay.
This system of a man taking care of a woman, that's really how it's supposed to be. All the rest of it's bullshit, man. And y'all need to quit tricking yourself with this new way of thinking. Because this new way of thinking ain't getting y'all no damn way. I'm sorry. I got in trouble on one time. This group came after me because I said Marjorie belonged to me.
And they said she's not a possession. She's a person.
She is. She mine. What is you talking about? She belonged to me, but I got news for you. I'm hers. I belong to her. See, if you don't like that system, carry your punk ass on. Go do something else and let me know how they work out for you. I want to belong to somebody.
Right.
I want somebody to belong to me. I take care of my wife and my family because that's my job.
You belong to somebody? In your previous relationship, did you feel like they belong to you or you belong to them?
Yeah, I did. My first marriage, yeah. I felt that way. I just didn't have the equipment. I just wasn't the man I needed to be. Did the best I could. I just came up short. You know, I've apologized to her because it really was my fault. I got married too young.
Right.
You know,
how's your relationship with her now?
I mean, we cool. We cordial.
Right.
You know, we cordial.
Okay.
You know, she gave me 3 beautiful kids. I
Right.
got twins. My oldest son sitting over there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So,
how You got 3 kids. Marjorie had kids. How was the blended family? How did that work, Steve?
Oh, that shit hard.
I thought you were gonna give me cool by y'all. Like,
No, that shit hard, though. They wasn't in agreement. They went bowling one night in Memphis when me and Margie first got together. We brought all the kids together, all 7 of them. And all the girls went bowling and came back and decided they didn't want us to get married and said they don't think it's the right thing to do. And they need more time to get to know us. And I'm sitting up here looking at some people that ain't got shit. I'm sitting up here, y'all ain't got a relationship, a good-ass job, a career. I'm paying for colleges and shit. I'm listening to y'all making some damn decisions. Y'all ain't got one boyfriend that done worked thus far. So I don't know how the hell you finna tell me I live. My sons was over there cool with it. Roger Jackson and Wendy, they sitting over there, they cool with everything.
Right.
The 4 girls, total, just mayhem.
Totally against it.
Totally against it. Ain't none of them got nobody. So why am I listening?
How did you win them over?
I didn't.
You're like, I'm doing this. Me and your mama, we doing this.
No, I love this girl. This girl best thing for me. Now we gonna work. Now we gonna create an atmosphere of love, and everybody's invited into it.
Right.
And everybody wanna come into it can come into it. And it was a point, man, where like all of them except the oldest one, my 2 daughters that graduated from college, Morgan was out of college. So the 3 girls were living on their own. Everybody else lived in the house. The 3 boys and the daughter. Lori grew up with 4 damn brothers. And
right.
So she was, and we could protect Lori at the house with the brothers.
Right.
Shit done got out of hand now. We can't watch it now.
Yeah, you can't watch it.
Because I'd have been to sawed off a bunch of these little. But like at the house, we had full control of what was going on.
Right.
And it was hard, man, because they were trying to evolve and get to know each other. And, some of the relationships is really good. Some of them is just, they cordial, but that's just the way it is, And I'd love to tell you it was a kumbaya moment. We had some great family vacations. We've had some great times recently. Great holidays. But, I think for the closest, the boys are the closest,
Right.
And then Winton and Lori is the closest of them all. Winton and Lori, they mud together. Right. They mix, And then the boys, they good, The sons, they all good.
You have you mentioned you have 13 villas, you have all these lavish places. Where does Steve Harvey go to relax?
With Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can pick up the tab even when you forget your wallet.
Fargo, send Cass $145 to sell.
Want faster, easier banking? You can with Wells Fargo. What else can Fargo do? Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card. I found it. I found my card.
And also this.
Fargo, turn on my debit card.
Do you, Fargo? You can with Wells Fargo.
To just be Margie's husband.
1,600 acres. An hour, 30 minutes south of Atlanta. I bought we bought the Chick-fil-A ranch. 1,600 acres.
Is that where you be fishing at?
I got 9 lakes down there sharp. You got to come down there.
I come out beach.
Now,
hold on, Steve.
you come down there and fish.
No, I'm going to meet you fishing, Steve.
I know that. Everybody says.
I'm from the Steve. I grew up in rural South Georgia.
Yeah. How would you say you was?
I'll be double nickel in June.
Yeah. I'm 2 6s.
Steve.
I got 11 years on your
Steve. I caught a fish so big the picture weighs 6 pounds. I'm telling you, I'm big.
That's some Shannon Sharp best right there. I caught a fish so big the picture weighs 6 pounds. Boy, I got some hogs down there. Let me tell you something. I got a lake for you that I don't let nobody fish.
What you got there? What you got there? Trout, crappie, catfish?
The trout is in there right now to feed, but they're going to die off as soon as it's 70 degrees. They're going to be dead. I used to use them for winter fishing.
Right.
But, man, I had a guy come through and turn my lakes out for me. I killed off all the fish. I bought in nothing but big female bass out of Florida. Nothing but females. So they ain't sitting on the beds nested and all that. They steady hunting.
Yeah.
I put 400 pounds of bluegill in there. And they just walking around just eating.
catch them when they're bedding, see, I throw out that bed, they're gonna try to get that lure out the bed.
Yeah. See, but it's a dog fight now. Because I got one lake in the back, I don't let nobody fish in.
What was in there?
Hogs. All hogs. I loaded back then 5 pounders in there.
So they probably like 7, 8.
No, sir. I got hogs.
Oh, you got some double digit? You got some?
Yeah, dog. I got a 12-pounder. I'll show you a picture.
You catch and release though, right?
Yeah, all the time. I got chips in my fish.
Okay.
My fish is monitored.
Okay.
That's why don't nobody come back there. I catch you with a strain of fish. I will shoot your ass. No, you gonna get. I'll shoot your ass. If I catch you.
Is there any fish that you eat out of this?
Yeah, I will. I got one pond where you can fish and eat.
Okay.
You know, any trout you catch, you can eat.
Right.
But they gonna be gone in a minute because once that water hits 70, they gonna die.
Right.
But them bass, my hybrid bass, for my kids camp, they come down there. We can cook them.
Okay.
But I don't really got much of that going on.
Right.
You know, I very rarely do that. You know, man, you got to come down there.
I'm gonna come down there. So that's where you go. You got this big mansion on the Chattahoochee. Is that your prize?
Yeah, I can't complain about that. That
Oh,
dropped
looking
in
to
my
have
lap.
Chattahoochee.
That dropped in my. Man, my girl did that. My girl bought that house when COVID first struck.
Right.
And I told her, baby, we can't buy no house like that. What are you talking about? They just sent me home. Family Feud shut down in March.
Right.
We take from March to the summer. Our income.
Yeah.
I said, baby, we can't do nothing like this right now. You know what Marjorie told me?
What?
She said, Steve, you don't know how much money you got. You make it, I'll watch it. She said, I can put this whole deal together. I said, baby, it ain't the right time. She said, if I do it, will you sign the papers? I said, baby, I'm telling you, because I don't keep it.
Right.
That's how much I trusted her. But you know, she don't do nothing without telling me.
Right.
So I know what's there, but I don't really. She did the whole deal herself, man. She found the house and everything. Because Tyler built this house, man.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what this dude did. When he first built it, he invited me over. I walked up the front steps. I told God, I said, God, I got to have something like this. Can't nobody see you in the front or the back? I said, man. And then Tyler put it on sale for way more money. And it sold to this dude that sold his arming company. And I went out to Beverly Hills and got a house. And then when that was over with, I was going back to live in my house, my other house. I got a nice house, man. The kids grew up here and everything. I was moving back. And on my mama's birthday, I was very depressed that morning, March 27th. I was crushed, man. We was out of work, going home. And she said, I put an offer in on the house. She told me how much she put an offer in. The real estate agent said he will never, ever sign for that much. He'll never take that amount. This is impossible. It's hard. He's wasting your time. She wrote him a long letter, too. She said, this is not a negotiation. I am offering you this. My husband loves the house. He's been there. We'll buy it sight unseen. If you don't want this amount, it's okay. I'm not trying to insult you. On my mama's birthday, he called and said, I'll take the offer. That's how I got the house. Wow. That girl. And the house she really wanted was around the corner. It was on 17 acres, too. And I was going to save my money and get her that house. She said, no, Steve, you go to work every day. I don't turn no corners. She said, well, I'm going to get the one you want. I said, babe, but you like the other one better. She said, we're going to get the house you want. And she did.
I'm going to get you out on this. Being from Cleveland, obviously you're a Cleveland sports fan. What's your favorite sport? What's Steve Harvey's favorite sport to watch?
Football. Hey, ain't even no question.
Brown's favorite team?
They play hard from week one.
They do.
Their asses in at week one.
Yeah. Ain't no low manager. Ain't no...
Soon as preseason over with, hike is on and crack and here they come.
Yeah.
See, basketball, you got to wait till the playoffs.
Right.
Baseball, you got to wait till the playoffs. I can't stand watching baseball. Yeah. I'd rather watch some ants build a new hill. I'm a Cleveland Brown diehard fan, man. I've been dying with them boys forever. I'm a huge Deshaun Watson fan. I have no problem with Deshaun Watson. I do have one suggestion. My only suggestion is Ain't no problem with getting massages, just you have got to stop turning over. Stay face down. Just stay face down. All be good. Just
On that note,
do not turn over.
we're gonna wrap on that one, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, let's put some hands together for Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life I've been grinding all my life. All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life I've been grinding all my life. is talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Let's go!
This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers, UK. Your friends have done something nice to change their life. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to our Humble Abode, the on this Commissioner Wednesday, November 1st, right around this sports program starts right now. Football is obviously happening all around us, and there was massive news overnight that we will certainly dive into here in a matter of moments, but also massive news today on this program. In about 29 minutes or so, we will have the first and only NHL Commissioner, Gary Bettman, on the program. Cannot wait to chit-chat with Gary Bettman about what life is like as a commissioner, what's going on with the NHL, what the future plans are, and how do we continue to build the momentum that we currently have for a sport that nobody really realizes how great it is until they get a chance to watch it. How do we get more eyes on hockey so they can continue to grow and be a sport that kids and everybody can fall in love with? Cannot wait to chat with him. We'll also have JJ Watt on today for his weekly segment. Can't wait to chat with him. Kirk Herbstreit will join us in the third hour in between all of his meetings. Because he meets with every coach of every team that's on in every game and then everything he's got going on. One of the busiest dudes of all time, making time for us today because the first official college football playoff top 25 ranking was released just yesterday on the College Football Playoff live show that's hosted by Reese Davis. Speaking of Reese Davis will be with us here in the Thunderdome for our next megacast simulcast on Saturday night. That'll be a take on Red Zone. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it'll be a college football frenzy, a college football primetime cover. Basically, every game that's happening on Saturday evening, we will be cutting in and out of whenever things heat up. Now, if it's a little bit dry and if the game's getting a little cold, we'll hit some highlights from earlier in the day. So what I'm thinking Saturday night is going to be hosted by the incomparable Reese Davis. Will basically be everything you need to know from the college football day that was in the primetime games that are happening. That's the vision. We'll see if we can execute it. We can't wait for it. It's a beautiful time to be alive, and I'm very lucky to be alongside the talking table at Boston Connor and at Ty Schmidt. Comment. Love what you're doing on your chest there, pal.
Oh, yeah, nice. The two wolves, the yin and yang, if you will. I know it has something to do with Ragnarok and that type of culture, but it's, I like the wolf shirt.
Well, yin and yang.
Oh, yin and yang, excuse me.
Yeah, I think the Americans messed that one up. I learned that whenever the Olympics were in Korea, and they did a full yin-yang thing. That's at 69.
That's right.
That's at 69.
That's right.
You know, because one, good.
Yeah.
Two, full.
That's right.
You need the one to complete the other.
Mm-hmm.
It's love. It's perfect. It's simpatico, like those wolves on your chest right next to Ty Schmidt. One of your best days you've had yesterday.
Thank God. I appreciate it. Yesterday was a lot of fun. Like I said, I wasn't, in the morning, I was very, very bummed that the Hulkster costume didn't come in time because I was looking forward to, putting that on and doing that all day. But my voice in the end, I'm glad I didn't have to do that. I'm glad I got to do the Pete Thamel. He enjoyed it. He came on the show. So, yeah, yesterday was awesome.
I wonder how long it takes for you to just get out of it. Like last time you talking to your wife and your baby, you're like, you're going to get gobsmacked with. Like, how long are you still in the impression, if you would?
No, I kind of just dropped it right after the show because I'd been doing it for so long. So it was like, hey, if I do this for another hour, I will be doing it all night. So I needed to immediately.
That's like Draft Spectacular nights.
Yeah.
Afterwards, whenever we go off air after we've been live for however many hours, with the round one of the draft takes like 10 hours. Somehow 32 picks, 10 hours. Come spend a year with us. The NFL draft round one pretty much is what that show has become. Cannot wait to see what we're able to do now with the potential hands that we were able to shake and the setup we're going to be able to have that evening. Always going to be awesome. But you're Mad Mel Kiper
until basically the next morning, all the way into like the next show. Whenever you're talking, even if we're just shooting some hoops, having some drinks, we got Mad Mel Kiper here joining us. So I appreciate the fact that Pete Gamble has joined your repertoire, and I think he's going to be a valuable piece of this college football season. One half of the hammer, Cowboys telling dits. This Michigan sign stealing stuff is growing, and growing. Every single day, somebody on the internet finds something new that we're all going to be incredibly pumped about. Now, it's this dude was undercover on Jim McElwain's sideline of the Central Michigan team. Jim McElwain, known fisherman.
Yeah, that's right.
Known fisherman.
Nice boat.
Jim McElwain was one time a wide receiver coach for Michigan. Now his name's being brought into the Michigan controversy because allegedly this Connor Stallions guy, former captain of the Marines, was hiding on their sideline, maybe with recording sunglasses, trying to get Michigan State signals. Now, I believe what Michigan's going to say about all this is captain of Marines. We appreciate his service.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
And he went to the Naval Academy, obviously, and he was accepted to Michigan, always been a Michigan man, wants to be a Michigan man. But whenever we hired him, we said, yeah, we would like a guy that can maybe decipher some signals. He's a rogue agent. You think we're saying Central Michigan to worry about Michigan State? You don't think you think we're worried about Michigan State? That's what Michigan's going to say, and then the entire conversation is going to be like, "Well, Harbaugh, you did reap the benefits of what this psycho was potentially doing without your knowledge of it all." It's going to continue to grow, and every day it's something new. Last week it was against Ohio State, where everybody on the sideline.
Yep.
Going to this guy. This time it's a guy hiding on Central Michigan sideline, and now Jim McElwain, head coach of the Central. There he is. Put his head down. Oh, no, camera. What are you looking for down there, guy in the hat? We don't know. Maybe he lost his contact.
Could have been.
The sidelines are a little hectic and everything like that. But it certainly looked like he was, whoa. Like he's an undercover cop. And whenever an undercover cop is potentially working somewhere, they're in the background of a photo, that's not good news. Obviously, NFL teams see this type of stuff. I've seen some undercover police do, whoa,
yeah.
pow, not now, don't need to die. That feels like that's what Connor Stallions was doing. Here's what Jim McElwain, head coach of Central Michigan, avid fisherman, former coach of Florida, and at the University of Michigan as a wide receiver coach, which is a big part of this because that's allegedly how it all ties together. Here's him talking about the hat sunglass man on his sideline against Michigan State.
Before we go any farther, we've obviously are aware of a picture floating around with the sign stealer guy. Our people are doing everything they can to get to the bottom of it. We're totally unaware of it. I certainly don't condone it in any way, shape, or form. And
We lost him.
I do know that his name was on none of the passes that were let out. Now we just keep tracing it back and try to figure it out. But it's in good hands with our people.
Of course.
And again, there's no place in football for that.
Hell, I didn't see him.
Yeah.
I was on the same sideline as him. I didn't see. You saw how good he was, like just mixed in, kind of stand-looking guy. So once again, the story continues. But there's internet people now who have talent and apps.
Oh, yeah.
They're dragging his face from like photos onto that particular face. I saw a video, and it's like,
That's the same guy. Lines up.
that's Captain for Marines.
Yeah.
That's Connor Stallions. I will say he was never deployed.
Okay.
When he was with the Marines, I do believe he was stationed in California. We do appreciate the fact that he signed up for the Marines and for that he went to school at the Naval Academy. I think he was a GA, but this thing's only growing. And this Michigan team is so damn good. It's a shame that this is going to get hung over their head, but it's like, it's certainly real, and it's only getting bigger and bigger. In this college football world, too, and they released their college football playoffs for the first time last night, which is a big deal, because it's the one that matters. Now, the general, Bob Carpenter's been right all along. And we feel like his ranking does matter, and people need to take it a lot more serious, especially with what we're seeing now. He basically has the feel of what this college football playoff committee is going to do. This is pretty much where he's been sitting the last 4 or 5 weeks. But these are the folks that are going to determine who's in the playoff. These are the ones that are going to determine what bowl game you're going to. In the future, there's going to be 12 teams. This is the group that is deciding it all. Heard Boo Corrigan talk a little bit last night about the Michigan situation. He said it's an NCAA issue. That's not a college football playoff committee issue. But everybody from the outside is looking in like, kind of,
kind
A
of
little bit.
because competitive advantage and nobody else is doing what they're doing. So it's all getting a little bit muddy. But Ohio State, number one team in the country in their eyes, I can respect it. 2 massive wins. I feel like if you're the champion, you remain the champion until somebody knocks you off the pedestal, especially if you play your best football game after losing the best player in football. But I don't think Kirby Smart's pissed off that they're number 2. He's certainly using that. And I also appreciate the fact that if you get ranked 3rd in the country or 5th in the country, you're like mad about it.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Pretty good start so far.
Yeah.
The whole top 25 is filled with storylines, and congrats to Oregon being the one-loss team that is represented at the highest. Alabama's in there as well. Kirk Herbstreit last night on the College Football Playoff Live show at 7 o'clock on Tuesdays, where they're revealing that whole thing. He said, right now, the team that I don't want to see, Oregon.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I don't know if it's just recency bias or not, but nobody's supposed to go to Utah and do what they did to you.
No. Why?
That is not how it's supposed to go.